Um, Wetaskiwin is on the violent scale, up there third place. I think Red Deer's, but they quit collecting information in 2017. And of course, on that scale, what you consider violence or how it's reported. I'm here to tell you that a CERT will not help your community at all. It will not help your community. A CERT has a very, it was built on the foundations in 2008, is to extend upon information laundering. So I come before council to ask if you could initiate something autonomous beyond waiting for a CERT, because we know what's going to happen. In 2 years, they're going to come back and they're going to say, oh, well, there's nobody to blame. Now, I don't want you to think I'm blaming RCMP. The whole thing is bizarre to me that somebody would give up their stuff and still be shot. And what a great prisoner, child prisoner. But what I did find out, about 25 years ago, we had a lot of problems in with Ponoka with aggression and violations. And we made a report on this, and they transferred, do you know in Wetaskiwin they transfer a lot of their risky RCMP rehab to Wetaskiwin? So he was transferred here, but eventually he got in trouble here, so he ended up. So I know that Wetaskiwin is a dumping ground for RCMP and rehab, so I do know that. Recently, my husband was called, and different people, to the RCMP detachment for fingerprint and harvesting. Is anybody aware of fingerprint harvesting? No. I wasn't sure of it either, but I guess it's been going on in certain detachments where they call people for fingerprint, and they don't give any kind of reciprocal thing that they participated in. And I'm laughing because my husband went believing he was engaging in a safe, honest activity and nothing could be far the worse. And so we have a lot of fun. So recently, Wetaskiwin has been harvesting fingerprints. Wetaskiwin harbors rehab, RCMP. This is not their first time harming children. So I asked City Council to look beyond a CERT. I look at the 96 calls of action. I ask all of you to choose one of the 96 calls of action. There is municipal, and I wouldn't wait for a CERT. As far as my MP and MLAs, when it comes to children, I'll give you a good example. Has anybody ever read Blaine Culkin's Rural Crime Report? Anybody read Blaine Culkin's Rural Crime Report? No? Garbage. And
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there.
okay,
Thank you. If you would like to present something factual, or if you'd like
okay,
to,
I'd like town council to read Blaine Culkin's report in satisfaction. I have had much communication with my MP, it's my time, MP Blaine Culkins, regarding child harm, and my specialty in information auditing is arson, and I have had very much communication with Blaine Culkins, and he does not give a crap.
okay,
So
I appreciate your time. That's been your
I
5
have
minutes.
no, I have two more things.
No, we have yeah.
Okay, I have something to say about Mike Lake. Thank you. Thank you, Bill Elliott. Thank you.
Excuse me. You have 5 minutes. It's what we allot for
Yeah.
open mic
Okay,
here,
one
so-
more minute. I have
No,
two.
Thank you very much.
Has anybody seen Mike
you very much.
Lake's autism?
Okay, looking for an approval of the agenda from the previous council meeting, or sorry, for this meeting. Any additions? Yeah, go ahead.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to say something to council and especially to you, Sue. In January, I said some words that offended you. I'm deeply sorry that I acted very unprofessional what I did as a councillor, and I hope never to happen again. As a councillor, I was out of order, and I sincerely apologize for what I said to you that may hurt you, and I hope to God it never happens again. So thank you for your patience, and I'm sure I will learn from what this has happened to go a better way. Sorry.
Looking for an approval of the agenda. Councillor Nielsen, anything to add from administration? No? Okay. Excuse me. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Adoption of the minutes, previous meeting minutes for August 26th. Councillor Elliott, any errors or omissions? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Business arising from the minutes. Item 5.1, Southend of Wetaskiwin issues with loitering. Good morning, Matt. Welcome.
Can you guys hear me? We're good? So good morning, Mayor and Council. At the last council meeting, August 27th, a RFD was created to explore the cost of having enforcement members at the south end of the city, around 37th Ave, 56th Street, 7 days a week from 7:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. at night. So I created a schedule. Looking at our current staffing, we have 1 peace officer and 2 bylaw officers. Looking at the complaints there of loitering, defecation, urination, public intoxication, open alcohol, trespassing. My report is focused on peace officers over bylaw officers because of that. We do have the Community Standards Bylaw, which deals with some of it, but as Municipal Government Act, it has limited powers, where trespassing, for example, people can be arrested with our peace officers if they won't leave the property, where bylaw officers don't have that authority. So I created a rough schedule outlining what our current peace officer works, and just times it by 4 and 4 different shift rotations. And I don't think it showed up on your guys', the image showed up there. But we do have, I did make a set rotation that every day there'd be a day shift officer starting around 6:30 a.m. and then a evening officer that goes till about midnight. I understand you guys asked from 7:30 to 11, but that hour before and hour after is mostly would be for them to be paperwork and getting into vehicles and testing their equipment and stuff like that. So I went into costs. I broke down the costs of peace officers, a year 1 cost, just because the initial cost of jackets, clothing, training, that kind of thing, and some of it does not repeat year per year. So the cost can be quite a bit higher year 1 versus year 2. Some of them are variable. For example, the training cost, I put about $15,000. However, if a peace officer already has their provincial status provincially, have been trained the last 5 years, that transfers over. So that'd actually be a cost savings. So it all depends on who would apply for these positions. Obviously, the budget is written as if they're all coming in with 0 training, and looking at the max allotment that it would be. So then year 2 plus in the budget line items just shows the decrease. For example, the computer, is going to last X amount of years, so that's not a repeat cost, and other costs like that. Dispatching is a standard cost, and then the training, like I said, cost goes down. I did put in there an estimated cost for a new patrol vehicle as well. Having 3 new peace officers would obviously need another vehicle for them to drive around in, because there'd be at least 2 on per day. So that general cost the best estimate is around $115,000 for the new one, and that is on a 10-year life cycle currently with our fleet services. So just hiring and training, I put this in there because we can't hire a peace officer today and have them on the Southend Wetaskiwin tomorrow. As much as we all kind of wish that would happen, it's not going to happen. For example, the peace officer training provincially, it's ran by a few different accredited organizations like the City of Edmonton, Lac La Biche, but they have training classes about twice a year. So we'd have to look in on when we hire versus when those classes are made. If the applicants don't come with the proper training, get them in those classes and go from there. So my estimated time is about 12 to 18 months to fully hire 3 peace officers and get them trained. We currently have 1 peace officer, and that would be our primary training officer, and he obviously can't have 3 people in his vehicle at once, training them all at once. So it'd have to be a step program where we're training one at a time, kind of back to back to back to get them up to staff. And then we did a cumulative cost year 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, just based on about 4 months to recruit and hire with that training and that gap of field training, and then recruit for a second position through HR and then going forward. So year 1 would cost around $147,000, but year 2 would cost about $546,000 plus, and that would include that new vehicle and hiring more people in year 2. And then it goes on from there, mostly based on wages and upkeep costs. And then looking at our service levels, if we have 4 peace officers focused primarily on the south end of town all the time throughout their entire shift, we do lose some of the utility in other places in our service level agreements. So our mobile speed enforcement might go down where they're not doing as much proactive traffic enforcement if they're focused in the area. We do vehicle compliance checks for different things like taxis, commercial vehicles, so we might have to lower that service level in the city. Assist in other departments, so we do get calls from our planning department to the fire department to the RCMP, so if that's going to be a primary focus, some of those other calls might have to be reassigned to maybe a bylaw officer or something else, or wait a little bit until stuff is dealt with before they move on to assist. So those levels might be a bit more delay in service. And then different community engagements, like for example, we do like traffic control and for parades and stuff like that. And so we have to look at how focused are they going to be down the south end versus are they going to be involved in other community activities, engagements around the city. Like we have the Welcoming Wetaskiwin Week, and we'll be at the fire hall, in an open house, those kind of items. So, and there are a few priority duties that would take them away from being in the south end town. So obviously, if they get a call to court, for example, they would have to attend. Any major emergencies, they would attend. Any public safety matters, they would obviously leave that area if they're just dealing with some vagrancy to deal with something at a higher, importance. And then any mandatory training, they would obviously have to attend and be away from that site. So 4 officers on the perfect schedule would be there, 2 a day, 7 days a week, but there is some mandatory training, you have vacation time, sick time, that kind of stuff that might take away from some of that viability. And then, the alternate options is, like I mentioned before, bylaw officers, they have the community standards bylaw, but they don't have the tools to deal with the trespassing as much. They don't have the tools to arrest. They don't have the tools for like open alcohol and liquor. So that's why peace officers would probably be a better preferred option. There was an option to have more police officers as well. And police officers per officer does cost a bit higher than a peace officer. They are from the RCMP, so they're not directly controlled by the municipality. So they would obviously have a different scale of priorities, right, with the different crimes that they would have to attend and leave that site to go deal with. So, the discussion is just to bring it up forth to you guys for discussion to see if we want to add this to the 2025 budget going forward, and I'm open for any questions.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. Matt, a couple questions. You had the hours from
We'll
7.
start with a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, I make a, sorry, I'm out. So
That's okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm just,
So I would like to move that council approves this as information of the addition of 3 community peace officers for the city of Wetaskiwin. That would be my motion, and then I would just like to open it up and say that this is something that I would like to talk about during our 25 budget deliberations. If it's going to take 12 to 18 months to fill these positions, approving these positions today isn't going to change when we're going to have the peace officers in place, so I'd like to have that added to the 25 budget deliberations and accept this as information. So just accepting as information. Okay. And I'll open it up for questions. Councilor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Matt, adding these 3 is not us being proactive, but still being reactive throughout the entire community. So I'm concerned about that we're not, we have a community standards bylaw that there are occasions of things happening outside of the south end of town. I've witnessed at City Hall last weekend. I've witnessed throughout different areas, not just the south end. And are we addressing with these other problems? I look at some of the community standards. Are we, is any of this taking care or addressing those issues?
Yeah, Chair, through to Councilor Billingsley. The reason I put peace officers on here and I left out the 2 bylaw officers is that they would take the brunt of those other patrols. Bylaw officers should be used to enforce the community standards bylaw. And right now they're being utilized to kind of do everything, right? So if we free them up and have additional officers to deal with the south end, deal with the vagrancy issues, we would have then our 2 bylaw officers more freed up to deal with the community standards bylaw.
And they will be proactive. And that's my concern, is that many residents have said to me at least that, that why do I always have to call? We all can see it. And I'm wondering if that would alleviate some of those communities' concerns.
Yeah, Chair, through the Councilor Billingsley. Yeah, like currently we have 3 staff, and when we have multiple complaints, we have to prioritize complaints over proactive, right? So adding 3 peace officers is doubling the enforcement services staff from 3 to 6. There'd be 4 peace officers and 2 bylaw, which means the amount of complaints would be shared, spread out further, which means more proactive time potentially, right? Having the 4 officers down there is basically all proactive, right?
Yep.
So yes, like it would increase proactive time around the city.
And just last would be operational. Office space. Do we have a place to house these 3 extra officers?
Yeah, Chair, through to Councilor Billingsley. That would be it's tight in the RCMP detachment. So yes, we have desk space for them. It's the storage space, the change room locker space, for example. The male locker room was full. So there's lockers in a file storage room, and that would have to continue. So it's not the desk space per se, but it is the storage space, the duty bags, the evidence storage. That would be an issue.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councilor Bronco, I should have got you first. Go ahead.
no, thank you, Tyler. And to Matt, a couple questions I have to ask you. So that the total of $176,000 does not include the vehicle.
That's correct.
Okay. We have some COPs here in our community. Are they legible, or I'm losing my words. Okay. Are they available if they wanted to take this training to be peace officers? If they wanted, they chose. Can they go up the ladder and choose that? Since they already know the community, they have already some training. If they decide they wanted to up the ladder to be peace officers, can our own people do that?
So So Chair, through the Councilor Brinko, so are you talking about the COP, like citizen on patrol, or the bylaw
Yeah,
officers?
our bylaw officers, I call them.
They can if they want to. There is other requirements for it. For example, there's like a physical exam
Yep.
and other requirements. Sometimes bylaw officers really enjoy their job and they don't want extra authority and extra duties to do traffic and stuff. So it just depends. But once again, we only have 2 bylaw officers and there'd be 3 positions. So regardless, we'd have to hire external.
Okay, and my other question, by hiring 3 peace officers, when an offender commits an offense and they have to be put away, do they go to the same building as where the RCMP store their offenders, or would we have to supply a different building? Because if we're going to have 3, it's going to be very congested where your vehicles parking, the RCMP. Is there going to be enough room for these offenders? Because I'm sure there's going to be offenders. Do we put them in the same cell block as what the RCMP have?
Yeah, Chair, through to Councilor Brinko, yes, they would go to the same area. We work out of the RCMP detachment, so any arrest, whether it's provincial offenses or federal offenses, would go to the RCMP detachment, and that's any municipality would have to go to their local police detachment for that. A lot of the offenses, though, are also like violation tickets. So anything on the community standards bylaw and most offenses, even like trespassing, is a $600 ticket. But if they don't leave, then they could be arrested. So it all depends on what happens. But yeah, anyone arrested would go to the Wetaskiwin RCMP detachment.
So for future, I honestly believe it's a great thing for our community, but it's something we have to plan a lot of years down the road for the future, because it may get worse, it may not. I'm not saying the crime, but these officers will have to be here. And is it the building that the RCMP and our peace, is it going to be too small, or I know it'd be a business plan idea for future growth. Because if we're not just going to do this for 3 years, we're going to do this for the rest of Wetaskiwin's lifetime.
Yeah, Mayor, through to Councilor Brinko. Yeah, the RFD was created just from the last council meeting, the last 2 weeks, and that's why the office space and the building is not included, because I didn't have enough time to turn around that in that RFD case. But yeah, looking at storage and space would be an issue, and it already is a tight building. The building is about 20 or 22 years old, and even with RCMP members, it is getting full. So in the future, that would be something we have to look at for sure.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councilor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Matt, you made reference to timelines for hiring. So in a near perfect world, if we were to initiate something today, could you speculate how long before we would have a singular body on staff?
Yeah, Chair, through to Councilor Nielsen. 3 to 4 months, maybe. We'd have to go through the HR hiring process. You know, for example, if it gets approved today, and that will take several weeks to do interviews. We would obviously look for applicants that have the training over ones that don't, but it all depends on who applies.
For sure.
And then we also look at, to work in the detachment, you have to have your enhanced security clearance. So that takes about 12 weeks normally to get, 8 to 12 weeks. Plus looking at, just ordering uniforms, ordering, a ballistic vest, which takes several weeks too, so that kind of thing. So 3 to 4 months.
Thank you. And while I certainly appreciate the motion that's on the floor to bring it up at budget time, I personally would like to see us at least take some action and get started in the process for at least one of these officers, knowing it's going to be a 4-month delay. And by waiting until we have budget deliberations and conclusion of those budgets means that potentially we aren't looking at anybody for up to half a year. So, thank you.
Yep. Oh, sorry. Councilor Elliott and then Councilor Aberley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Matt. Matt, what are Wetaskiwin's salaries for peace officers compared to the rest of the province. And the reason I ask that would we be attractive for people coming here to be a peace officer?
Yeah, Chair through to Councillor Bill Elliott. For the entire province, I'm not sure, but I know HR just did a comparison site to other municipalities of the same size, and Wetaskiwin's very much on par with an average salary base.
I'm wondering, are there contract peace officers that we could hire on a temporary basis? I'm thinking of recently retired peace officers or other people, just on a contract basis so that we could fulfill the positions, as Councillor Nielsen said, more rapidly?
Chair through the Councillor Elliott, I don't think there's an organization that does peace officer work like that because they have to be appointed by the province, and the employment has to come from an authorized employer. So you can't just have an appointment and then apply for jobs. You have to apply for a job first, and then that employer must then get your appointment. So there are, other agencies that might, lend out a peace officer, for example. Like I know another municipality locally here, they've asked for a peace officer to come in, X amount of hours per week, and they pay that the other municipality who owns the peace officer that contract. I'm not sure. I haven't explored that option with other municipalities around here.
Yeah, I was just thinking maybe if there was somebody retired who might be interested in a temporary job, that was all. So the other thing is, if we compare a new RCMP officer to a peace officer, they come to us trained. The RCMP will. We don't have to have a vehicle for them. The cost is a little bit more, but when we get through all of this, all the information that you shared with us, the costing, which I appreciate how much work you put in here, Matt, but when it gets right down to it, it's not a lot more to have an RCMP member, I don't think.
Yeah, Chair through the Councillor Elliott. Currently, Wetaskiwin pays 70% of
Yes.
the RCMP, and that's the cost that is in there, is a 7th percentile. That does change if Wetaskiwin gets over 15,000 people, then it'd be 90%.
Yes.
And yeah, the inspector is also here today, so you can ask them about the delay or if there is getting a recruit through depot and bringing them here. But yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Matt. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Aberley?
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Matt, I have two questions. So the first one is going to sort of piggy bank onto Councillor Billingsley's question about our peace officers versus our CPOs. And would you guess, because I know you're not going to give the exact, know exactly, but would you guess that they are spending all of their time with our CPO, or the vast majority of our time?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
So what my question, where it's really coming down to is I don't fully understand why we work 1 to 2 now. So we have 1 CPO and 2 bylaw officers. And it's not working perfectly, I get that, and so bylaws having to support the CPO quite a bit. But then bringing in 3 more of the CPOs versus maybe 1 more CPO and 2, doubling what we currently have. And so it was sort of that rationale. I get the time off and the holidays, but are they spending so much of their time, and that's where it was coming off of Councillor Billingsley's question, that they're spending so much, our bylaw officers now are having to spend so much of their time helping out under community peace officer duties. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Chair to the Councillor Abley, I believe I understand what you're saying. With only 1 peace officer in the city, there are many days where there's no peace officer on. And so, for example, if we get an abandoned vehicle complaint, that will go to a bylaw officer to investigate. But the bylaw officer can't run a license plate. Only a peace officer can.
Right.
So, if a trespassing complaint comes in or a vagrancy complaint, the bylaw officer will look at their authority on the community standards bylaw and attempt to deal with that as best they can. But there's just days where there's no peace officer on. And so they're kind of put in a position where they're not maybe focused on proactively enforcing the community standards bylaw because they're taking these other calls. The reason that we asked for 3 additional staff was directly because of the RFD of having someone there from 7:30 till 11 p.m. 7 days a week. And if we only hired, for example, 1 other peace officer to have 4 staff, yes, we could, but then there's no other officers in the entire city. And we're putting bylaws officers in a place where they might have to act out of their authority, which is not proper.
Yeah, I think I understand. I don't fully understand why it was all in peace officers, or excuse me, yeah, all in peace officers. That's all. So it's in my head and I just have to think that out. That's okay.
Yeah, and Chair to the Council, that is common. Like, there is a difference between bylaw and peace officers. Being in law enforcement for 17 years, that's in community enforcement, that's been an issue with citizens and everyone else, right? So bylaw officers, I always kind of say, focus on municipal bylaws. Peace officers have the provincial authorities.
Yeah.
So the ones I listed, like the Environment Enhancement and Protection Act, deals with like littering, urination, defecation, right? Game liquor deals with open alcohol, drinking. That's all provincial stuff that peace officers can use over the bylaw officers.
Right. So the peace officers can work with more provincial standards and bylaws only what we dictate.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And then my second question, and this came down a little bit, or is more focused on, and I'm not asking fully for an answer, but is there other suggestions we might make in the next few months while we're working to this that are less about policing? What I'm concerned of is what I'm concerned about with this motion is not that I disagree with the motion, but I'm concerned that we continue to say we're not going to police ourselves out of some of these issues. And are there things we can start doing now, whether it's through bylaw itself or giving access to other groups into the area to help us that we can do in the interim?
Yeah, Chair, through to Councillor Abley, yes, I think there is. If you look at diversion programs, if you look at the MNP report that's coming up again, it talks about having different like social workers or groups out there as an option as well. Yeah. So there's always different options out there.
And do you believe, Matt, and it's not today, because I wouldn't make a motion today, but do you believe, I would want to talk to you more, this is something that we could be putting in while we're waiting, like it's more immediate, something to be put in, or would it also have a 4, 6, 12 month?
Chair to Councillor Abley, I'm not sure. I don't.
Okay.
Like,
yeah.
That's not.
You'll and I'll chat some more. Thank you. Thank you.
Anything further? Motion is to accept as information. Those in favor? Opposed? Okay, you guys have to forget everything that was just talked about. Okay. .2 Assembly of First Nations Third National Climate Gathering.
I move to lift motion 401-24 from the table.
Moved by Councillor Aberle. Those in favor? Carried.
I move that City Council approves per diems, travel, and accommodation for Councillor Blatz to attend the Assembly of First Nations Third National Climate Gathering, October 7 through 10, 2024 in Calgary, Alberta.
Moved by Councillor Aberle. Any discussion? Yeah, go ahead.
So we had a bit of a discussion about this last council meeting, and I want to start this off with truly understanding, because I was confused then and it hasn't made much more sense to me. I need people around this table to help me understand what the issue actually is with Councillor Blatz going to this conference. I see a young Indigenous woman who wants to join with other Indigenous Canadians to talk about sustainability of the land. I cannot dictate what her professional development is or what professional development is for any of you. What Councillor Blatz wants to do for what she believes is better for this city or will help her better serve this city is part of Councillor Blatz's mantra or her decision. We have spent 3 years of this term now approving multiple people to go to other more personal interest conferences and workshops, and we have never had to table a motion. I am very disappointed in how this motion has gone in general. I 100% support Councillor Blatz in doing this for herself and our community. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have to say that I take offense at saying people are going for personal reasons. Whenever I've asked to go to a conference or a workshop, it has been related to how it will enhance the city of Wetaskiwin, not Bill Elliott. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess, to council, part of the reason why I had concerns about this was the subject matter. I looked at the agenda that is provided by the organization putting on this, and I saw very little to no benefits to the city of Wetaskiwin. I can't argue as far as professional development towards Councillor Blatz, but I don't see very much subject matter that is pertaining to the city and to the ratepayers of Wetaskiwin. The city committed $160,000, $100,000 to partner with the city of Leduc for an Indigenous coordinator, as well as $60,000 for the treaty gathering event. So it's not like we as a council have ignored Indigenous relations. So I struggle with the subject matter of what this conference is, that it's relevant to the city.
Go ahead, Sue.
Through the chair to council, I'd just like to remind everyone to talk closer in their mic, please. People cannot hear.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment that Councillor Blatt sits on the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Green Municipal Fund. That is all about environmental protection and things, and the climate gathering is about climate, and I think that any information that we can have brought back to us to make us make our footprint smaller and the environment better would be advantageous. Thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, through the chair. It's nice to have that, but we have a lot of culture in this council. Does that mean that when the Portuguese community puts on a program in Toronto I can go to? Because there is a lot of Portuguese in our community. So I don't think we should be picking sides of what culture you're from or not. We're here to represent Wetaskiwin. Does it benefit Wetaskiwin or not? Thank you.
So if this was a climate gathering that wasn't a part of the AFN or the Assembly of First Nations, it would be okay?
Does it benefit Wetaskiwin? That's what we're here for, it's taxpayers' money. So, and that's how I look at it, so.
I think council's also set a precedence in terms of sending members of council to FCM's Green Sustainability Conference. So if we're looking at things that improve the community and we're talking about climate change or climate gathering or looking at greener ways for our community, and we've done it before, the fact that it is a part of the Assembly of First Nations is irrelevant. And so with that, I also encourage Councilor Bronco to bring forward any conferences that he would feel beneficial for the city of Wetaskiwin. Councilor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair, this is kind of to council and not really, so half and half. There was a post on Facebook that was made over the weekend. Coincidentally, it was at the same time as the candlelight vigil that was for the 15-year-old that passed away. This post was talking about what have I done for reconciliation in our community, and if I've ever actually done anything in our community, and why would we send somebody to Calgary for a conference about reconciliation when I'm not doing it at home? And I actually wanted to address that claim with this because I think that's actually extremely important. And I don't have a problem saying all of the things that I've done in our community for reconciliation. After an LGBTQ2S+ First Nations person was discriminated against in a local business, I started an EDI task force. This committee was later cut due to insufficient staff capacity. I advocated for sacred plants to be in the Water Tower Park as part of the Peace Care Move. That was unsupported by council. I went to all of the peace pipe ceremonies for all 4 years for the Peace Care Move. With the help of staff and council, successfully advocated for and participated in the first smudge ceremony to take place in the council chambers for a swearing-in ceremony. Successfully helped advocate for reconciliation to be in our strategic plan, put forward a request for a land acknowledgement in council, which was unsupported, created a reconciliation forest concept with the help of Project Forest and an elder from Musqueam who had named the forest and chose secret plants. That was unfunded by grants, and we will be talking about that again in this year's budget. I attended the Treaty 6 gathering last year in Enoch Cree Nation. I was one of a couple members of council that went to the Pope Apology in Musqueam. I attend powwows every single year. I support and meet with Breaking the Chains, which is a group that's administering cultural programming for shelter residents. I went to the meeting that took place pre-committee for chiefs and various agencies in Musqueam to meet with the city of Wetaskiwin to discuss shelter issues and create an ongoing relationship regarding that topic. I'm a reconciliation consultant for the local leadership and climate action program, which features Indigenous consultants from across Canada in various leadership roles. And I advocated successfully for the Green Municipal Fund Council to write into policy that one seat must always be reserved for an Indigenous member. I find it funny that a couple of years ago people were posting online that all I do is talk about Indigenous issues in our city, and now I'm being told that I'm not doing enough. I have been and will always be a strong advocate for my community, and that includes Musqueam. If how Indigenous I am ever gets called into question again by anybody in our community, I can always meet up with anyone, and I can go through my family tree and show you my certificate and a shiny Métis card that proves who I am. The point of going to the Assembly of First Nations conference is to bring home knowledge for our community on what to advocate for, what issues are important to our neighbors, and create relationships, which is the core pillar of reconciliation. Meaningful reconciliation should be interwoven in all aspects of an organization, and this conference touches on both pillars of our strategic plan, which is community and environment. I'm even willing to amend the motion to remove per diems, and I will do this without my time being paid for in Calgary, because I feel like everything that has been going on in our community, we need to do something for reconciliation. So that's all I got to say.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Thank you. And I appreciate I truly do. I know that this is very important to you as far as Indigenous relations and being involved in the community. And I truly do appreciate that. Councillor Aberley talked about professional development. And as I look at the budget, this will put you over the amount that was allocated. We were budgeted for a council travel of $3,000. This will put you far beyond those dollars spent.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I spoke with the city manager about this, and there is actually another budget line, which is our corporate training, that also goes towards conferences that I have not touched, and there's $3,000 left in that.
Councillor Nielsen.
when I make the statement, I make the statement in relation to all of council. I made a request, a formal information request regarding professional development, council travel, and council attendance, and event attendance forms that are submitted monthly. And the one thing that bothers me, and not in relation specifically to Councillor Blatt's request, is that we seem to be good at, I use the word we, seem to be good at going to conferences and events, but we don't seem to be very good, collectively, reporting on those. I think the issue for me is that part of the difficulty is that we keep talking about the value of going to some of these events, but I better rephrase that. But on occasion, after going to these events, we don't report any of the results back to council. And if that is the case, and we continue to operate in this form, then the benefits that we keep talking about, which will serve our community, can never be actualized because nobody other than the person attending the event knows anything about it. So I guess in the long form, I think as we are spending taxpayers' money with the intent to be better informed and to benefit our community, we need to be better prepared to do reporting and to share the results of those events so that it can be actualized in our community. I climbed down from my soapbox. Thank you.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Moving into Committee of the Whole, 9.1, Community-Based Policing Report.
Good morning, Council. Last council meeting, we had Chris from MNP give the report summary. And we had run into some technical difficulties and took a recess, and when we came back, the rest of the question and answer period was postponed. So he is here now to finish the question and answer period. So if you had your notes from last time, he will come forward now to respond to any of your questions.
Welcome back, Chris. Okay, looking for a motion to lift from the table. Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Carried. Motion to accept as information, and then we can get back into the Q&A.
So moved.
Councillor Nielsen, just let me find it here. There we go. Those in favor? Carried. Okay, we'll open it back up to discussion.
Okay, thank you. I can proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. Through the chair to our guest, good morning, and thank you for coming in. And we were cut off just before I had some really good questions for you, so here we go. The area of the report that really intrigued me, I guess, and I needed more information on, is in relation to clearance and clearance rates. And there are two ways the RCMP, as I understand it, deal with charges: cleared by charge and cleared otherwise. And on page 68 of your report, it talks about cleared otherwise in cases where police do not lay an information, even though they have enough evidence to support the laying of. The incident is cleared otherwise. So, could you share with me, please, or with us, if they have enough evidence to actually support the laying of, why that doesn't happen?
Okay, hopefully that's better.
There we go.
There we go. So just because the elements of an offense exist and it could be proven that the matter be referred to court and that adversarial process be entered, in many cases, that's not the desired outcome sought by oftentimes the complainants, and the justice system itself often encourages alternative methods of resolution.
Okay, thank you. So when a charge is cleared otherwise, do the RCMP, keep track of statistics in relation to what they didn't have enough evidence for and therefore cleared otherwise versus those that they had enough evidence for but cleared otherwise for various reasons? Are those numbers split out in any way?
Not that I've had access to, but I expect that Inspector Spans could probably expand upon that at some point.
Okay. And you also gave in there a statement that in the 5-year average, cleared by charge was 873, which meant, I'm assuming that 873 went before the court system. Cleared otherwise was 1,200. So there's a disproportionate number being cleared by charge and cleared otherwise. And that's why I asked the question about, of those 1,200, what would have been, how many of those might have been, have sufficient evidence for the laying of?
And that's through the chair, that's a fair question. We don't have the individual kind of cases. We didn't have an opportunity to review those specifically, so I can't speak to other than generalities, but I will say that this is consistent with what we see provincially and nationally, that the rates of cleared otherwise are always higher than those cleared by charge. Okay. And certainly the lower the unfounded incidents, the better as well. You generally want unfounded incidents.
Okay. And on page 77, you made the statement, Wetaskiwin clearance rates show room for improvement compared to higher performing jurisdictions. What does that mean?
So when compared to other municipalities or averages, both provincial and national averages, the percentage of files that are cleared are lower than that of some of the comparators. That often is indicative of the workload and oftentimes complexities associated with some of the files. So for instance, property crimes tend to have much lower clearance rates than that of serious violent offenses, right? Obviously, a lot more resources get poured into solving a homicide or a significant persons offense than that of a stolen bicycle, for instance, right? Both are reportable offenses, but one gets a lot more resourcing from the police than others. So when there's high volumes of particular activities, oftentimes those clearance rates can decline somewhat, but there is oftentimes opportunities to improve those numbers, and I think we've touched on what we believe a few of those would be.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to ask for an opinion here, I guess, maybe. On page 93, also under clearance rates, you finish a statement by saying the overall clearance rates have shown a downward trend over the past 5 years. And most recently, we've been informed that I believe we're being assigned another judge to our area. Is there a correlation between availability of court space and clearance rates?
It's a good question. At this point, though, I would be completely speculating. I can't say I've seen a correlation between the two at this point. But certainly, what I can say is that additional access to judges through the justice system can expedite the speed to which files progress through the justice system, which it's not unknown that a small number of offenders are responsible for a very disproportionate amount of crime. The longer that those people are on conditions and released into the community pending the completion of their judicial proceedings that may result in incarceration, for instance, the more risk there is to the community of the recidivism occurring during that period of time. So I'd say additional judges is going to be a good thing.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Blatz. I was going to say, I'm impressed.
No. Through the chair. I'm looking at the part that says top 10 calls for service.
Which page?
That is on page 60 of the report. There's a chart that's talking about, it's a bar graph of all the different calls that you guys usually get. I noticed that something that has remained pretty consistent is Mental Health Act and well-being checks. It seems like we get close to the same number every year, which shows that it's a consistent problem that actually isn't going down. I was wondering what type of activities are the RCMP or protective services doing to lower those files, and have we been seeing it as consistent people, or is it different people all the time that are struggling in this way?
So through the chair, so again, I only have the aggregate information, not the specifics. But that being said, this is a national and frankly a North American trend right now. That the mental health calls for service over particularly the last 5 years has grown exponentially. The types of calls for service can be wide-ranging, but they can often be associated with issues of self-harm. It can be related to mental health, the illnesses such as schizophrenia, depression, as well as often correlated to substance abuse, where it's not known at the time the call comes in whether it is a substance issue, whether it's a mental health issue, and oftentimes it's a combination of the two. That's not abnormal. The police have been responding to this, particularly the RCMP. We make mention in the report of the deployment of the PAC team, Police and Crisis team, which partners a mental health professional from Alberta Health Services along with a police officer. One of the recommendations we make in the report is it'd be nice to see expanded availability of that team. Certainly, the expertise that they develop in that particular area is paramount. That being said, regular officers have been provided ongoing professional development in this space as well, and tools are being rolled out with technology and whatnot to further support those members at that work. But it is a top-of-mind issue for policing organizations and communities across the country.
Just further to that, if I can. Would you say that that would be a priority that you think that we should advocate for you guys to have that team more consistently?
Yes, that did form one of the recommendations that we put in the report, was that is a resource presently that is a pooled resource shared by several detachments within the area here. So it's not directly funded by the City of Wetaskiwin. Mm-hmm. So there is an advocacy opportunity to maybe work with regional partners around the further expansion of that team. That being said, obviously it is competing with a number of other provincial policing staffing priorities. Mm-hmm. But given the, as you pointed out, the risk associated with that type of call, the complexity, because there's calls that take half an hour to respond to and resolve, and then there's calls such as those mental health complaints that if you end up taking somebody to the hospital, for instance, it can be a long duration where that officer's non-available. And so there's a certain efficiency and effectiveness of having dedicated resources.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair. And this perhaps is outside of the scope of your report, but you talk as RCMP officers taking people to emergency, they then stay there until the hospital makes a determination, is what I hear. Do CPOs have the same ability to take people to the hospital? Or do CPOs then have to call the RCMP to deal with a mental health issue that may end up at the hospital?
So there is, through the chair, there is a mix of models that can exist there. So not in all cases do the police need to stay with the person that they bring there, but quite often they would if it's if they're arrested under the Mental Health Act, for instance, right? There is peace officers that are employed at a number of Alberta Health Services facilities. I honestly am not sure if Wetaskiwin has community peace officers. It doesn't look like they do. Where they do, those officers can often step in and monitor the person that was picked up. There are some community peace officers that have mental health authorities under their peace officer appointments. Now that's a community by community decision as to whether they have those authorities and whether you want to tie your staff up with those sorts of responsibilities. But some places have done so, and there can be training available for that. Generally speaking, though, I'd say that's relatively uncommon.
Okay, so then if one of our local RCMP were to pick someone up under the Mental Health Act, take them to the hospital, they may have to stay with that person. Can that be handed off to a CPO?
So that would depend on the organizations, like the RCMP's policy. There is organizations that do hand off, but I'd have to defer that to the inspector to see what the protocols are within K Division on that.
Thank you.
Anything further? The motion is to accept as information. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming back. Item 9.2, Community Standards Bylaw discussion.
Hello again. So good morning again. This RFD was from July 22nd, and it's regarding discussion and explanation of the enforcement processes around the Community Standards Bylaw. So our newest version of the Community Standards Bylaw was passed in second and third reading in April of this year. And how general complaints are received and how I kind of wrote this RFD was just kind of general processes, and we get down to any specific questions. So the general process is how we obtain complaints. We do have an online reporting portal. We do have a dispatch service, which you can phone into the office or a dispatch line. We do have any walk-ins or in City Hall or at the attachment where we're located. We can take complaints that way. Any internal staff or if our officers see it proactively, we can have complaints that way. We don't take complaints off social media. We don't monitor that. So just putting it out there that please call in and stuff like that. General process for complaints, once we get a community standard bylaw complaint, it's normally assigned to a bylaw officer. Unless, as we mentioned previously, if there's no bylaw officer on, a community peace officer can take it as well. Our system is called MRF for short, but the file was created and then assigned. Once assigned, the individual officer then looks at it, sees if there's an offense, will normally phone the complainant if they need more details of the offense, and goes and investigate it. For example, if it's something like a parked vehicle, they'd just drive out there, see if the vehicle is illegally parked. But if it's something like a dog barking complaint, they would probably contact the person to see if they would like to fill out a statement on the dog barking, and so forth. If there is an offense that is found or believed to be an offense, then the officers will collect evidence. So they do have body-worn cameras, they do have cell phones, which they can take photos for. We do ask for statements and other things like that to collect evidence. Also, if they can observe it, so if it's a long grass complaint and they can go there and they see the long grass, it's pretty apparent, they can take a photograph and put it in our system. When we have complaints on the community standards bylaw and we need it to be remedied in some fashion, so for example, long grass, if it needs to be cut, the officers will engage with the property owner. If they're there, they'll talk to them on site. If not, they'll call them, you know, in some way, or find them if they live in Wetaskiwin. We normally don't ask the officers to leave the city. So if, for example, a landowner might live in a different community, they normally just call them and explain the issue, and try and work with them to resolve the concern. So for example, if something needs to be remedied, like a fence needs to be fixed or long grass needs to be cut, they'll normally talk to the offender and see what kind of timeline they can come up with that's reasonable to get the situation resolved. If there is a site inspection that needs to be done, where, for example, we don't have permission into the property, but we must into the property, we do have to give reasonable notice under Section 542 of the Municipal Government Act. So we do have notices, so the officers can print them, post them on the properties. We also have like stakes, we can stake it down on a vacant lot, that sort of thing. And when we do have a violation, our kind of general standard is we want education first. We're a small city, so the officers generally see the same people, you know, in the community and different events and stuff like that. So we do want to work with all the community partners. And so we want to educate people. We want to explain to them why they have to have their dog license, why they have to cut their grass, why they have to cut the boulevard in front of their house, those sorts of things. After that, we do give warnings. Sometimes they're verbal, but the officers do have printers in their vehicles, so they can give like written, printed warnings as well. And then if there's, you know, refusal to cooperate or there's offenses that the officers feel they need, they can write a violation ticket for these different offenses. And then once again, we can issue a remedial order. So that goes under the Municipal Government Act. So for example, if someone refuses to cut their lawn and it's over the threshold and we've contacted them and there's, you know, no results, we can issue an MGA order. That is enforceable afterwards. So we do have to give a minimum timeline. The appeal timeline for an in-person hand-delivered order is 14 days. And then if it's mailed, they give an extra 7, so it'll be total 21 days for mailed notices. So that's the minimum timeline. Our team does follow the minimum timeline. We don't normally give extra timeline. However, we still want to work with people. So we have had situations where an order is being given, and maybe they've, you know, done half the work or 3/4 of the work, and they plan, you know, to do the rest in a week or two, and we might give an extension if there is work currently being done. There is also a King's Bench order, which is a court order application. So if we have absolute refusal, continuous refusal to abide by bylaws, we can apply to a King's Bench order, which is then a court order that can be imposed, which I've seen in my career a few times on large, like unsightly, like hoarder houses or, you know, something like that. That takes a lot of enforcement to bring them into compliance. So. The violation bylaw tickets were increased this last year, so now a first offense is generally around $250, second offense $500, third is $1,000 for most offenses, specifically for nuisance properties. And we do have a caveat that those increase within a calendar year. So if you have a derelict property, you know, at the beginning of spring and don't enforce it, and we have to do an MGA order to enforce it, you can get a fine, and if it happens again in a few months, you can get an increased fine as well. And that includes several bylaws of ours have that. So, remedy order, I kind of mentioned those again. They're under Section 545 and 546 on the MGA. 546 is more of a public safety thing where there's like a hole or excavation, and it does have shorter timelines, like a 7-day timeline instead of a 14-day timeline. And then after the order's expired, the officers that are assigned to it, so they will re-inspect on their next shift, for example, after the order's expired, document the situation, and if it's solved, they'll close a file. If not, they do have to give a notice to entry and line up normally contractors. So if the lawn isn't cut, they'll go back and phone our local contractors that we have, figure out a date that they're available and the officer's available, and then post a notice on that property and go in, ensure the contractors are safe in doing their work, clean up the property, and then that cost goes back on the tax roll of the property owner. And then specific to grass enforcement, which is, I think, the kind of focus of this RFD originally was, currently our threshold is grass has to be higher than 20 centimeters. It's an arbitrary number that's been made, but it gives the officers a very kind of black and white, yes, it's either under that or over that, and it's offense or not an offense. So it's pretty, it takes out any like biases or anything like that, either it's under or over. And looking at, I surveyed a lot of communities in Alberta and around this area to see what they have. So some of them do have a no height limit. So 6 communities where they compare the yard site to others in the area or to their opinion that is unsightly. So it could be 18 centimeters or 19 centimeters, but if everyone else around them has a nice tidy lawn and this one's sticking out kind of like a Thor's thumb, they can kind of deal with it in comparison. 4 other communities are with us with the 20 centimeter threshold. 3 are at 15 centimeters and 3 are at 10 centimeters. So that's just numbers that they put as community standard thresholds. So there's options to council, options for council to consider. If we want to change that threshold, we can. So we can change like how many centimeters we want grass and weeds and stuff to grow in option 1. We also have option 2 where we can just put it to grass or weeds that show signs of disregard for general maintenance or upkeep relative to the adjacent lands and land uses that could be reasonably considered in the neighborhood. So there's a little more gray area, but the officers would have to show evidence of that site compared to other sites around it and how that site is detrimental to the surrounding neighborhood. And then obviously, as I mentioned, if you take away the height comparison, then it's up to the officer's discretion, and if a site has long grass or not, where a centimeter is basic black and white. So yeah, that's any questions on that?
Looking for a motion to accept this information, and then we can get into some discussion. Councillor Billingsley.
I move that City Council accepts this report as information.
Anything to add?
Yes. Through the chair. And I guess it's kind of the same question that I asked about an hour ago about being proactive and reactive. You had talked about when somebody phones in. But are we going to be able to get to the point where the bylaw then will be going out and actively looking at property so people don't have to phone in?
Are we going to get there?
Yes.
I hope so.
Okay.
Currently, no. Like currently we have a high call volume. So as I mentioned, there's some days where a peace officer is not, but a bylaw officer is, and they're dealing with other issues in other areas of town.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Matt, this is just a question because somebody asked me and I was curious because I didn't know the answer. Our community standards bylaw would apply to residences as well as commercial.
Yeah, Chair to the Council, but yes.
And so, because if I wanted to complain about a commercial development area's grass length, that would be, we're at a point where we have to call it in because we don't have the time to be proactive, like you said.
Yeah, Chair to the Council, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Matt. Matt, I asked this question last time too. We have people who are habitually not cleaning up their properties and cutting grass and things. And to go with Councillor Billingsley, like, is there a way we could just send out a reminder that, You know, last year we had to come and check with you, and I'm just wondering if you might, like saying to the property owner, would you please maybe look at this earlier, and then maybe the grass won't be so long and you don't have to spend so much time cleaning it. I just wonder if we could do that, because it's the same people almost every year. I mean, right? So,
Yeah, so Chair, through to Councillor Elliott, we cannot give notices or warnings to people without an offense. Like, they can't be arbitrarily investigated legally. However, I am working on a communications department to get like general messaging out, right? So, for example, maybe in the springtime we look at messaging, you know, citywide, saying,
Yes.
you know what, clean up, this is the bylaw. So we are looking at that, that's already in place, looking at going forward. But to give notices to say you had an offense in 2023, so we're going to assume you're going to offend in 2024, we couldn't give an arbitrary warning.
I was thinking more of a friendly reminder.
Yeah, so that is in place for the communications department.
And the other thing is, we see what's up front, but when you go down back alleys, it's even more visible that people haven't looked after their fences, they haven't cut the weeds and things in their alleys, and I guess what you just answered was, hopefully we will get there at one point in time. Because I remember I got a ticket because my trees were hanging over the fence into the alleyway and had to get the trees trimmed, and it was our bylaw enforcement officer who did that. And I had to adhere to the rules, but I think we have a lot of people who are not adhering to the rules at this point in time. So anyway, thank you, Matt. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler, to Matt. Matt, a question that everybody's
Bring your mic on.
How do we answer? How do we answer that? Because does the rule apply to the community and to City Hall, or because I know we have the staff, and then sometimes trees are hanging, city property trees, or ditches are uncut. How do we answer that? And what about all those people who are naturalists who don't want to cut their grass? They like to see it all grown as natural. There's a lot of environmentalists. You know, we have in cameras where you drive down Ring Road, it's only 5-10 feet of behind the curb, everything else grows, collects weeds, collects all the dust. How do we answer those environmentalists who don't want to cut or like to see dandelions, you know? How do we answer those people?
Just for clarification, the first part of your commentary was on city property.
Yes.
Just because it won't be in the recording, I just wanted to make sure that.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes.
So Chair, through to Councillor Brinko, the first part, any city property, like, yes, the community standards bylaw is citywide. So we have the internal service tracker method. So even if enforcement services get a complaint about city property, we do complete a service tracker to our parks or public works, whichever department is in charge of that, to rectify the issue.
But it takes us longer because we have such volume of land to cut grass to maintain, and we don't have enough staff to do all that when complaints come in. So it's prioritized. Like branches, a lot of people complain there's branches overhanging and my truck hits or everything. So, but yet we can go in the back alley if somebody's property grass is overhanging, we have to send somebody or cut it. So I just want to we have to treat the clients and ourselves the same. That's what I'm saying. I hope we treat everything, but I know for us there's so much volume of things we have to do with the amount of staff we do. It takes longer.
Yeah, Chair, through to Council Brinko, I guess to answer your question, the community standards bylaw is a standard for the entire community, right? So if you want to lower the threshold of the grass, it would be applied to city properties as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. Through to Matt. Matt, just for information, can you explain to people how they can make contact through the service tracker and what the emergency number is for bylaw. When we had coffee with council last week, there were a number of people who weren't aware or didn't know how to do this. So the service tracker, which would be to voice your concerns or your complaints, and then the emergency number as well.
Yeah, so the service tracker is online. So if you go to wetaskiwin.ca, and if you go to the enforcement landing page, the online tracker is there. We do have other groups, like the COP group even has it on their website. This is on patrol to have a link to it. And it's definitely something we can send out. I could talk with communications and maybe send it out on like to public media or something like that. The general complaint line for us, I'll just pull it up here. So our general complaint line is 780-361-4401, extension 1.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So before we get this back to council for approval, 2 changes I would like to see is in the grass growing one we have with option 2, just matching the surrounding area. And the other one is in terms of our loitering bylaw. And I appreciate the information you've got from these other cities. And if we can integrate this into our own loitering bylaw. A couple of them were putting your feet up, and you could move them along if they weren't doing anything constructive. City of Red Deer, on top of the aggressive behavior, obstruction to others, and harassment, would be the intoxication in public or in groups of 3 or more. And the town of Stony Plain, they define loitering as standing around or moving slowly without apparent purpose or action. So integrating some of those into our loitering bylaw would be something I'd like to see brought back as well before we approve it.
Mayor, yes, we can. Obviously, I did that research, just looking into that. I did contact the town of Stony Plain about their issue, and they haven't gone to court, or there's no case on that. But the other ones, like say Edmonton and Calgary, where they ban people from standing on benches or putting their feet up, but stuff is made specifically to like stop like the sleeping and stuff like that on park areas. So
Yep.
we can change that loitering bylaw if you wish.
Perfect, thank you. Anything further? Motion is to accept as information. Those in favor? Carried, thank you. We are going to take a 15-minute break. All right, welcome back. Moving on to 9.3, 2024 Mid-Year Development Statistics Report.
Yay.
There's a little noise, out of the corner?
I'm going to get you guys all headsets like out of a helicopter that as soon as you start speaking, it picks it up automatically, and then you don't have to worry about turning it on. Sorry, go ahead, Emily.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. The purpose of this report is to provide an information update on development activity in the city through the first 2 quarters of 2024. So from January through June 2024, Planning and Development approved 51 development permits, of which 16 were sign permits and 39 building permits. The absolute number of issued permits is lower than in the first 2 quarters of previous years. However, the value of the projects represented by these permits is higher, as illustrated in the table in the RFD. While mid-year totals were not calculated last year, the number of permits issued in 2024 to date is ahead of 2023 with respect to development permits. So we compared to a total of 52 development permits in 2023, and is on pace with respect to building permits. We had a total of 76 building permits in 2023. Just a couple of notes. Residential permits accounted for a larger share of the number of permits, but a lower share of the project value, as these permits are more likely to be for smaller scale projects, such as decks, garages, and additions or renovations. 3 of the permits that were approved were for new homes, 1 single detached and 2 semi-detached. However, 1 reconstruction following a fire did eliminate an existing secondary suite. The institutional project category accounted for 45% of the total project value, followed by commercial at 30%. And there are some additional charts that break down the mid-year data in attachment 1. I'll also note that 64 new business licenses, 31 of which were for locations within Wetaskiwin, and 13 mobile vendor permits were also issued between January and June 2024. So with that brief overview, I would be happy to take any questions that you have.
Perfect. Looking for a motion to accept this information. Councillor Elliott, those in favor? You guys are sleeping. Oh, were you? I just was going to, well, you said that I couldn't have this done by noon, so. No, go ahead with discussion. Any questions? Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. To Emily, I had asked prior to the meeting about new construction, and I just want to make this clear. So there was 3 new, 2 were semi-detached, 1 freestanding home, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Bronco, turn your mic on.
Through the chair to Emily, industrial park, anything moving on there for building permits? It was maybe this year?
Through the chair to Councillor Branco, just clarifying the Northeast Industrial Park.
No, is it
No,
northeast?
southeast.
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 Yeah.
I would have to check our record specifically off the top of my head. I don't believe so, but that doesn't mean that there aren't, excuse me, that doesn't mean that there aren't sort of smaller additions or renovations taking place that would have received permits.
Thank you.
Easy round. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 9.4, Wetaskiwin and District Museum Society Agreement. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you. I need to remove myself for pecuniary reasons as the ED of the museum.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council. Administration met with Wetaskiwin and District Museum's Executive Director and Chief Curator to discuss the current letter of agreement with the city and noted where further clarification was required. There is general agreement in the in-kind staff hours were misunderstood, and although we could fix these going forward, the Wetaskiwin District Museum sought to amend sections of the agreement. Administration is seeking input from council so the agreement can be finalized and brought back for approval. No changes to the current agreement are sought. but the Wetaskiwin District Museum and City jointly and in accordance with the current agreement have sought to make amendments to the schedules to accommodate the removal of Canada Day and the Taste of Wetaskiwin from the museum's agenda items that they would like to run at this time. Should be noted that the museum is seeking to keep $7,000 for the Truth and Reconciliation portion of the event they still would like to lead. The original $25,000 was comprised of $15,000 for Canada Day and $10,000 for the Taste of Wetaskiwin. It would be, if the council would like the city to take those two events on, then we would be looking for those same amounts, and the museum is looking for $7,000. As this provision is new, for the museum to have this $7,000 for the Truth and Reconciliation event, administration is seeking direction from council on how to proceed.
Looking for a motion to accept as information. Councillor Billingsley. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess, to administration, my feelings on this, on the $7,000, it wasn't in the agreement. It looks like they're asking for $7,000. The avenue for those type of dollars, in my opinion, should be through the community grants. And if they want to do that, then there is an avenue for them to apply for that money. And to withhold it now, the $25,000 were for those two events. And they're basically asking for $7,000 that hadn't been asked for before. And I stand by community grants as the avenue for that request.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to administration. So to clarify, the $25,000 that has been going to the Wetaskiwin District Heritage Museum will no longer be given to them. Is that correct? Because they're not doing Canada Day or the Taste of Wetaskiwin?
Through the chair to council, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. So Canada Day's passed, so this is for next year's Canada Day, I believe. And Taste of Wetaskiwin is not
Coming up next Friday.
coming this year. Or
This Friday coming up.
Oh, it is happening? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
So if I, just for clarification, want to make a motion, we'd have to pull it out of this portion of the agenda because
Yep,
this
it'd get
is-
added to new business.
Okay. And I think that that probably would be best.
Councillor Elliott.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through to administration, one more clarification. This year's Canada Day and Taste of Wetaskiwin are paid for in the 24 budget that we did give $25,000 to the Wetaskiwin District Heritage Museum. Is that correct?
Through the chair to council, that's correct. Those two events have been taken care of this year. We'd be looking for, this would be into 2025 and beyond.
And that would be probably a budget item then if we wish to continue.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to administration. So given that, or in short time, both of the two events that the museum has agreed to run will have run, how do we account for how those dollars were spent? Or is it just a lump sum we give them, and as long as the event goes on, we don't care? That's a bad choice. I'll rephrase. How do we account and know what the expenditures were for each event?
Through the chair to council. In the agreement, there's specifics on what the city can ask for as far as accounting, and in the ask in the agreement, that was never part of the original agreement. Does that make sense?
No. So it was in the agreement, but it's not in the agreement about what we can ask.
In the original agreement that we're going by right now, that was not an ask in the agreement
By the city.
by the city.
So so we've given an organization $25,000, but there is no accounting for that?
You're correct. We just asked them to run these events.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I guess to council through the chair, for clarification, it's my understanding because of the Taste of Wetaskiwin did not happen last year, that we actually only gave, because the museum, $15,000 this year, because they didn't put on that event. So they wouldn't be holding an extra $10,000, I guess.
And I'll just confirm that with administration, because the event didn't happen in '23.
Through the chair to council, I believe we'd have to go back and double check this, but there was a presentation to council to use that money for something with the archives. And I believe that that was approved, but I'd have to double check. I'll take it as an FIR.
Okay. Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. To administration, so that for Canada Day next year, we will be looking for organizations to run it, or we're going to handle ourselves a business case, I believe.
Through the chair to council. So right now, without the museum running it, excuse me, then it would be up to council to direct administration to have administration run it or to seek another agency to run it.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? To accept as information. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to 9.5, Tax Installment Payment Plan Bylaw 2064-24.
Good morning, Council. The Tax Installment Payment Plan Bylaw provides taxpayers the option to pay their municipal taxes in equal monthly installment payments that are automatically withdrawn from the taxpayer's bank account on the 1st or 15th of the month upon receipt of a completed TIPS form. There are no registration or service fees to participate in the program. Applications can be made at any time throughout the year for the TIPS program and will remain in effect until the agreement is terminated either by the taxpayer or the municipality. Any tax arrears or penalties owing must be paid in full prior to participating in the program. The city currently has a tax installment payment plan bylaw in place. However, we've made some changes. The key changes are the first one being in section 3.3. This addition puts into the bylaw what we are currently doing in practice, which is when a taxpayer with an arrears payment enters into an agreement with the city, we ask them to sign up for the automatic installments. So if someone has an arrears and wants to catch up, they enter into an agreement with us rather than asking them to pay monthly. We ask that we automatically withdraw it from their bank account. We've also removed all references to the utility pre-authorized payment plan, which now falls under PHU High. One other change that we've made is that anyone that's rejected for late payment or non-payment due to NSF can make up that payment and the fees associated before the next payment is withdrawn, and this would not count towards their 2 consecutive NSFs, because what happens right now is if you have 2 consecutive NSFs, then you are removed from the program, because then the fees associated makes it no longer worthwhile for the resident to participate in the program. Administration's request is that council accepts this as information, and then it will be brought forward to a subsequent meeting on the bylaw. Thank you.
Looking for a motion to accept as information. Councillor Blatz, open it up for discussion. Councillor Blatz, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to Toulouse. I might be a silly goose, and I definitely could be because it is Monday, but to clarify, this is for if somebody is behind in their taxes and they can pay in installments per month as opposed to doing a lump sum, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Blatz, not necessarily. This bylaw covers everyone that pays their taxes through monthly installments. So there are residents that have completed the installment program. It's currently called PAP, Pre-Authorized Payment Plan, where based on previous year, we would split your taxes into 12 months. You'd pay a portion every month. When we levy taxes in June, we'd adjust and send notice out to say this is what your new amount is. It would also be on their property tax notice when they receive it. We are making a change to that bylaw now to say that when you enter into a tax arrears agreement, that portion is for people that owe us taxes, and enter into an agreement to pay a portion monthly, which is allowed under the MGA. We are requiring them to do it through installment payment plans as opposed to just coming into City Hall to give us the money monthly, because we find sometimes people will forget, and we're already practicing that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, because yeah, I was like, I pay my taxes every month already, so I don't know how that happened, but okay, cool, thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Toulouse, I just want to clarify. I understand, but if I was in arrears and I had my lump sum, I could pay that lump sum and continue my regular tax payments monthly. You're not saying, no, we don't want your lump sum now, we're going to require you to pay it monthly.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay,
You
just
can still make a
make
lump
sure I
sum
understood.
payment.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair, Toulouse. Toulouse, can you compare for me your anticipated manpower between how we do it now, which will continue, as well as this new plan? I guess I'm just looking at it in terms of handling the applications, application approval, adjustments, cancellation application forms, and so forth. Are you anticipating more manpower to facilitate this, to give options to the residents?
Through the chair to Councillor Nelson, no, we do not have any additional capacity requirement. We already encourage residents to do that now. However, it is not in our bylaw. So if already now, if you were in arrears and went to front desk, that is what we would offer to you, is that our preferred way for you to pay to remain consistent is to sign up for the monthly installment payment plan.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Toulouse. I don't think it's going to be necessary for today, but when this does come back, I'd like to know what is different from the current bylaw and what is going to be proposed. Usually we get them in red of what the changes are, and I don't see that in here, and if we could have that, then that would make it a whole lot clearer for me.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we will provide that. However, those are the same items that I've just brought to this section today to discuss with council to make sure you were in favor before we bring it in through the bylaw.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Toulouse, so if we're going to see it again, does that mean you're not interested in seeing all three readings today?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, administration is not proposed to receive all three readings today. I think we just have it in the corporate priorities section of the agenda for today.
Okay, sorry, I must have misread something. Thank you.
Correct? Yeah, thank you.
Promise? Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Item 9.6, RCMP Q1 2024 quarterly update. Noman will have a PDF for you. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Council. Providing our RCMP Q1 2024 quarterly update today is Inspector Spans from the RCMP, and we'll let him continue, and we'll take questions after that.
And Kevin, we'll just make sure that this PDF for this is available to the public as well.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So yeah, sorry, I thought I had submitted the PDF or the PowerPoint, but I didn't, so we're going old-fashioned, but we should have it up on the screen, certainly. So what I'll do here today is just discuss our quarterly report, and that's the period ending, or I guess stemming from April 1st to the end of July. A few things I'll discuss here in this report is our annual performance plan, as well as some emerging issues and crime drivers. On there was a portion for multi-year financial plan, but that's been moved to next month. It's more budget kind of a talk, so probably won't discuss that much or at all today. So, as always, we have 4 priorities at our detachment, the first being community engagement. Over the Q1, the RCMP participated in several planned community events in the city of Wetaskiwin, including events such as the McHappy Days, Seniors Breakfast, Chili Cook-Off, which we won, and the, much to the chagrin of the Boys and Girls Club, we actually ran out of chili, which should have been a deduction of points, but here we are. And all credit goes to Constable Corey Schultz on that one. As well as Canadian Blood Services blood drive here in town that was orchestrated by one of our constables, Constable Dan Schwartz, who set that up as a part of our community policing group. Great turnout there, both from the detachment and the community. As always, engagement with officials and partners remains a priority. Through the course of the quarter, we had roughly 18 formal planned meetings with various community groups. I hate putting a number on it because, coffee chat and running into hallways, that kind of thing is important as well, but 18 formal meetings with community partners. The next priority we have is community safety, and that's largely the proactive approach to reducing victimization, building partnerships within the community, et cetera. So this quarter, the Community Safety Wellbeing Strategy formally launched within the city. It's been a couple years coming, but we have our governing body was finally established, where we sit down now with regular meetings between myself, representing the RCMP, FCSS, and the city of Wetaskiwin. So we took a bit of a break over the summer just because everyone was away, but we've identified some priority tasks with respect to the strategy. First and foremost, there will be a need to secure a full-time coordinator or somebody that can take care of the heavy lifting for us. There's a lot of tasking that takes that's involved in the strategy. Stuff like formalizing a homeless count, doing studies into transportation, research and grant funding, et cetera. And it's all stuff that's better suited for a full-time or somebody dedicated rather than people that are doing it off the side of their desk. So FCSS was researching grant opportunities through the province of Alberta and various other organizations to try to secure a grant-funded position that would be dedicated to coordinating the CSWB strategy. Another key area was to establish a homeless coalition. I'll be frank, that's been a little bit more difficult because of the comings and goings of various partner groups and how things are so dynamic on the south side, but it's definitely front and center, trying to establish a homeless coalition for our CSWB strategy. Another part, and this is ongoing as well, is we're still identifying key partners who would have a stake in the CSWB strategy. Again, it is the same partners over and over and over that sit at these tables. It's identifying where they fit into the strategy. And that's stuff like Boys and Girls Club, FCSS, of course, Open Doors if they're around, Hope Mission, etc. The third priority is crime reduction. So crime reduction is more the enforcement arm of our annual performance plan, and it's largely owned by our crime reduction unit. Unfortunately, over the summer, because of our staffing shortages with various leave and summertime, our crime reduction unit was assigned largely to doing frontline uniform policing. We can't allow the summer leave to affect our ability to respond to 911 calls. So what we did is, over the summer, we had a deployment model where members of the crew team took 2 or 3 weeks at a time and deployed to do uniform frontline policing to help with the calls. Unfortunately, what that did was took them off task, so they weren't as on top of prolific offenders and whatnot. However, the good news is the crew team is now back fully functional, fully staffed, on task, and now specifically, and we can discuss later this morning, they're back into the South Side Task Force, focusing specifically on everything happening in the south side of the city in terms of encampments, social disorder, shoplifting, vagrancy, you name it, they're focusing on that. Similar to what we did last October with very positive results. I don't have a slide for the next one, but our fourth priority is employee wellness. It remains front and center, certainly for us, because it's important. Like I've said before, we have finite resources, and it's important that we keep our finite resources working and deployed appropriately. So next week, once again, we have Leduc Physiotherapy coming in to outfit our members with orthotics, compression socks, keep those legs working. But we've also introduced a recognition program that's been met quite positively, actually, where the members and employees identify the positive work being done by one another. They nominate each other to get a certificate from me, as well as some prizes through the federal government. So it's good. Like, we're talking like water bottles and stuff like that. So it's been pretty positive. Keeps people going. So that's our annual performance plan. I'll move into now our crime severity index. And we all know in this room that that's a hot topic for the city of Wetaskiwin. But as you can see on the chart, and these are all released through Stats Canada, we have seen a modest reduction, but a reduction no less. So year over year, we've had a 33% reduction in our crime severity index. There's a few reasons for that. Not a few reasons. The primary reason is there's been a reduction in 2023 of violent crime. Significant reduction in our more serious, our homicides, manslaughter, aggravated assaults. Those went down substantially in 2023, which resulted in a reduction in our overall CSI. I would say, I can't really quantify it, I suppose, but the reduction in our persons crime is largely due to the work being done by our crime reduction unit, focusing on our prolific offenders, targeting those with weapons, getting machetes, bear spray, guns, fake guns off the street. That's all attributed largely to our crime reduction unit. So on this chart here, if you can see, the primary drivers of our crime severity index in 2023, the top three are break and enter, mischief to property, and assault. The break and enters, although they're down year over year, are still a serious concern for us. In 2023, that was driven largely by break-ins to storage units, fenced compounds, shops, etc. And that's people looking for property to sell, try to profit from, that sort of thing. So it's a crime of opportunity. Now, mischief to property is number two. It's the number two driver of our crime severity index. In 2023, we had a total of 1,487 occurrences of mischief. Now, that is almost entirely attributed to our social disorder calls. That's what those are. But that is how we scored our that's how we scored our social disorder in 2023. I will say we are going to see that number change in 2024 because I've tasked our clerical staff and our members with using better scoring. And what that means is instead of just blanket mischief for anyone seen passed out, loitering, etc., I've asked that they get more specific. Is it actually mischief, or is it causing a disturbance? Is it a Liquor Act offense, etc.? So we should have a better idea of what offenses are taking place rather than just a blanket mischief. Not all instances of social disorder are criminally at a criminal level, certainly. So we will see a change in that. The next slide, again, I've already kind of discussed it, but overall reduction, 33 points. Now this is telling. Our violent crime CSI went from 411 down to 320. So a drop of 100 points is substantial when talking about the violent crime CSI. Our non-violent CSI, that's our social disorder, our break and enters, mischief, etc., is pretty well statistically similar year over year over year at 316. I don't have it in here. Stats Canada didn't release a ranking system this year. You had to go through the aggregate data and figure it out for yourself. So I did that. We were comparable to other communities such as North Battleford, Thompson, Churchill, Langley, Prince Albert. They're all still going up. We're the only one in that kind of group that went down. Modestly down, but we are trending in the right direction, which is certainly a feather in the cap, and we're going the right way. So doing what we're doing, we should still see success year over year. So our current state, and this is outside of the 2023, this is back to Q1. We've seen an overall reduction in criminal code reporting of 26%, which is substantial. This is a 5-year low for criminal code reporting for the city of Wetaskiwin, with a person's crime reduction of 26% and a property crime reduction of 45%. Now, the little caveat is, again, like I explained, that 45% reduction in criminal code property crime is going to be seen in how we're scoring our social disorder. And that's, again, to get a better grip on what offenses are actually taking place. But the 26% reduction in persons crime is certainly noteworthy, and that's, like I said, largely due to our proactively going after some of these more prolific offenders and knowing who the folks carrying weapons are in the community to try to head off crime before it happens. So I'll touch on a few current crime drivers in the next couple of slides. Break and enter is our top problem with relation to the CSI and our stats. That being said, we are about statistically where we were last year. We did have some success earlier in the year with taking care of our break and enters to storage facilities. And we had success there by using GPS tracked property that we worked with business owners and we put on the property. Once the GPS tracked property was stolen, we tracked it down and arrested and charged those individuals, which saw an immediate reduction. And we will continue to see a reduction, largely because definitely one of our most prolific break and enter folks passed away about a month ago, and they were responsible on one particular property for about 20 break and enters. So we will see a reduction because they're no longer here, unfortunately. Another crime driver, and this isn't specifically tracked in the Crime Severity Index, but it's spousal abuse. It remains high, relatively high in Wetaskiwin, but we are trending down, about an 18% reduction year over year in domestic violence. I can't say specifically why this might be, honestly. It might be a case of deferring offenders to treatment, breaking the cycle with some of the victims, but we're trending in the right direction. Still a lot of work to be done. We're still roughly statistically about 1 domestic violence report per day, at least in terms of our matrix. So again, we're working with our domestic violence coordinator on trying to break that cycle with our repeat victims. I should say too, a lot of the domestic violence we do have is through triangulation, so it's not necessarily intimate partner violence where it's the offender and the victim. There's a third party involved. So ex-boyfriend starts harassing new boyfriend, which does count as domestic violence by definition. That's the last slide I have for that. That was a little quick. I apologize for it. I was going to go into the multi-year financial plan, but we'll save that. We'll keep everyone sitting on the edge of their seats for October. But that's the quarterly report. I'm open to any questions you may have.
For a motion to accept as information, Councillor Nielsen. If you'd like, you don't have to.
Well, sometimes we do and sometimes we don't, apparently. But anyway, I move the council receives the Q1 2024 quarterly update report as information. And I have a number of questions, if I may.
Go ahead.
I don't know the terminology of the position, but I know that you've got, I'm going to use the word a counselor, works with some outreach with your officers. Is that just one individual, or do you have more than one individual involved in that?
For the officers, or just the counselor?
The counselor.
One that I know of right now. So through the chair, we have right now our community policing unit is 2 members. We're going up to 3 once the 3rd member arrives next month, mainly dedicated to rural. They work with counselors mainly at the school division, but then also working with FCSS and a little bit with Open Doors for mental health diversion, and Boys and Girls Club. So we're weekly with Boys and Girls Club. So I guess it depends on the definition of counselor. So.
Okay, no, I guess I was led to believe that there was an individual within your detachment that went out with your crews that actually had some specific training relative to social disorder and spousal abuse and things of that nature.
Yes, sorry. So that is our PACT team. So that's our RPACT. The RPACT member is, he's not my direct report. They're just stationed out of Wetaskiwin. RPACT's funded by the province through pooled policing costs. Stationed here, but controlled out of K Division. Right now, and I know it was in the MMP report, there's a push or a recommendation to get more RPACT. I'm completely supportive of that. I think there's benefit to having both nurses for the mental health and addiction side. Also, communities such as Leduc have social workers or a psychologist, I believe, goes with the member, and they call that LPACT there. Tremendous benefit. The hurdle we've run into now is because it's a partnership with AHS, we both have to staff the position, and we just can't seem to line up right now. Right now we have a Mountie, but no nurse, and for the last 6 months we had a nurse but no Mountie, so we just need the positions to line up. That's the difficult part.
So you're seeing definite value in that position?
Tremendous value, yeah,
Thank you.
definitely, when you talk about diversion.
Do you know anything off the top in terms of approximate salary range?
I don't know the AHS salary range.
That's
it's
fine.
they're RNs and probably whatever the.
So does AHS recruit for you and then assign to you? Is that how that works?
Through the chair, I believe so.
Okay.
It's my understanding. Because it's not in my business line, I'm not sure the inner workings of it.
Okay, thank you. And where are we at currently with the additional officers and coming to end of term and so forth?
So the grant funding has ended for 2 of the positions, 2 of the 4, and the third of the 4 positions, the grant funding will end in about 3 weeks. I'll go into further detail in the closed session, but for all intents and purposes, the grant funding is gone right now, unfortunately.
Thank you. And my last question is, no, maybe not my last. Earlier today, we were informed that if your officers arrested somebody under the Mental Health Act and took them to the hospital, typically they have to stay on site with that individual. And the question related to that was, can that responsibility be handed off to a CPO at the hospital to release the officer back into work, so to speak?
Yeah, certainly. Through the chair, how it works in Wetaskiwin, so we have the authorities under the Mental Health Act, so we'll apprehend somebody under Form 10. We call it, so they're apprehended against their will, and we have to return them to a designated facility, and that's under the Mental Health Act. We don't have a designated facility here in Wetaskiwin, so if we apprehend somebody under Form 10, we have to bring them either into the city of Edmonton, to one of the hospitals there, or down to Pinoka to the Centennial Center. Centennial Center will only take people if they're sober and can demonstrate that they're sober, which often isn't the case. So sometimes we'll try to house somebody until they're sober enough to get down to Centennial, but if that's not a possibility, we'll go to Edmonton. In that case, we have to stay with the prisoner, or I guess stay with the patient, until AHS is able to use one of their peace officers to take over, or until the patient is admitted to the hospital. So you have to go through the whole triage process. So that's kind of the long answer. Short answer is, if AHS has a peace officer available, we'll do a handover and we don't have to stay. If they don't have a peace officer available, which is often the case, our member has to stay with that patient until they're admitted. There is a new system in place between the RCMP, other police agencies, and AHS. It's called Health IM. So we're in a position where if I apprehend somebody in Wetaskiwin, I can go onto the app, submit everything, basically get into the triage queue before we get to the hospital to try to make it go quicker so we're not sitting with them as long, because it's not always a guarantee there's going to be a peace officer available. More often than not, they're not available because the Edmonton hospitals are so busy.
And how frequently would that circumstance occur for your
I would say, through the chair, we are apprehending somebody at least once a week, once or twice per week in the city and region, actually.
And so how does that impact your dispatching in terms of responding to community policing?
Significantly, yeah, through the chair. So if we're very fortunate, I should say, a little caveat, we're very fortunate to have quick access to the Centennial Center. Very quick changeover, the members back into circulation almost right away. We run into problems if it's I guess, a more dynamic issue with the patient, where they're intoxicated, serious mental health, violent, maybe there's criminal charges, and we have to go into Edmonton. That's where the impact on the community is we'd be down an RCMP officer probably 4 to 8 hours in the community.
Okay, thank you. My last question is in relation to a conversation we had earlier with regard to clearance rates and the trending down as reported. Is that a correlation with court availability and judges, or is that RCMP decision making?
Yeah, through the chair, it's largely, in my view, it doesn't have anything to do with court capacity. Okay. Our Crown is at full capacity, so there's no triaging of files anymore. There's adequate docket time. Our clearance rate and the decision not to charge lies with the RCMP members conducting the investigation. Now, there's a few reasons, primarily, you'd have to go, I guess, do a bit of a deep dive. But just anecdotally, the reason somebody would be, grounds exist to arrest and charge, but it might be that the complainant, largely, they don't want to pursue a charge, they don't want to attend court, or the officer knows that there's no, I guess, public interest in pursuing this long, drawn-out criminal process for what you know is going to be no consequence. So if you do, I'm going to use an example just anecdotally. So if somebody's passed out over by the Pizza Hut and there's grounds exist to charge them with mischief, that individual will be taken to jail, probably seen before a justice of the peace, released on paper, brought to court for 2, 3, 4, 5 appearances, and at the end of the day, likely received time served or nothing at all. So we have to look at the scale. For every file that we put in, that's, I guess, when you say lower on the severity scale, it takes away from the time needed to do the stabbings, aggravated assaults, break and enters, the more serious ones. So it comes down to an internal capacity, frankly, for us. Yeah. Officer discretion.
I'm good, thank you.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you, Chairman. To John. John, what is the percentage of the RCMP time to look over the issues we're having in town, like down south end of town? And my other question is, you know, we're looking at peace officers. That would bring your time to look at the severity of higher crimes more, take away that time. Do you have that percentage or no?
Through the chair, I don't have exact percent, but I can say for finding solutions to the south side, the issues on the south side, that's about 98% of my time. It's constantly trying to figure out solutions, working with partners. And this is not a bad thing. Like, I don't mind my time occupied there, and I'll give some examples. Over the summer, I was down in Calgary, paired up with the Calgary police. We're going to be going into Edmonton, working with the Edmonton police to see what they're doing to deal with their similar issues. They've had some success and they've had some failure as well. So we want to share that. So I'm okay dedicating my time to finding a solution. The other members, I would say in terms of an operational response, I'm just going to spitball. I would say 50% of their operational shifts are in the south side of the city right now, very consolidated down there. And sorry, what was the second question there? Or was that all as one?
If we were to hire a peace officer, your time would be?
Yeah, so I'm supportive of more peace officers, certainly. So it was highlighted in the MMP report, and I don't want to speak on their behalf, but that there's a need for more peace officers. Peace officers have very specific powers and kind of a threshold of what they can do. They can't do criminal code, generally speaking. Mental health act, they don't do. But police officers do. So here's kind of the, I guess, conundrum we're in here. So it costs upwards of $229,000 per RCMP officer now, before the federal subsidy comes back. So with the 30%, it's around $170,000 per year. My question would then be, if you're spending $170,000 on a police officer, is their time best spent doing social disorder in its entirety, when a peace officer with a similar power at a lower cost could dedicate their time there too? So that's the question I propose to council, and definitely not a question, but that's what we're faced. That's why I support more peace officers, because then if there's more peace officers dedicating their time to the lower threshold crime, social disorder, we're then able to focus on prolific offenders, keep driving that violent crime CSI down, keep focusing on proactive domestic violence initiatives, that sort of thing. That's where I see the benefit in more peace officers.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to the inspector, a question related to community police officers. Until such time as that happened, would RCMP members on their off time be available to be contracted by the city to enforce? Like, a number of RCMP officers are contracted for security and those kinds of things in other areas. And I just wondered if our members would be available in the interim so that we would have somebody.
Yeah, most definitely, and that exists right now. And through the chair, we have, basically what you're describing is an enhanced policing agreement. It's very similar to what we have out in the summer villages, where there's a contract in place for the RCMP to spend, say, $145,000 over the course of the year for enhanced policing. That's members come in on overtime, they conduct dedicated patrols to that zone, and then they're there for 8 hours, and that's it for the day. That contract remains in place until all the finances are spent, and then we wait till next fiscal. Individual police officers cannot. The RCMP, where the EPS, they do through their special events, RCMP doesn't have a framework for that. So what we do is we'll put out just overtime on the local budget here, which is what we have been doing, specifically for our task force as well. If we only have 4 members working today and they're tasked out, they might not be able to do proactive work on the south side. But if we have an overtime member working today, dedicated to the south side, that's what we have been doing, working with our crime reduction unit. The downside to that is member burnout. If they're taking too many shifts, then they're going to call in sick. Financially, it's fine. We're in a good place financially that way, so we could support the initiative. It's just a matter of finding the members willing and able to do it without burning themselves out with so much work, because there's a lot of work to be had all across the region and the province.
So just further to that, would they have to be our local members, or could they come from Maskwacis, or could they be the county police that we have in our detachment?
Yeah, through the chair. It is, right now it's from all over. So our practice is we'll put out an overtime call out to everyone on the overtime system, and it's first to the trough, whoever wants to work that shift. There's overtime everywhere though, so we're competing with Leduc, Maskwacis, Rimbey, Red Deer, overtime everywhere. So we have to find creative ways to entice people, or find people, once they've worked here, they see how great it is to work here with the team, the community, so we tend to see the same people coming back. Last week when we had our event, so we brought in more support. We had members from Cochrane, Redcliffe, Drayton Valley, so all over were working overtime in Wetaskiwin last week.
Okay.
They loved it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Inspector Spans. On one of the slides, it talked about 448 thefts occurrences under $5,000. And break and enters as well, and I didn't write down exactly what that number was. Where are these goods going?
Through the chair. There's a few places they're going, and I guess it's no secret. Lots of them are ending up in pawn shops. others being sold on Facebook Marketplace, brought to drug houses and sold, just, you know, through like consumer and dealer kind of deals that way. Now, that being said, I don't want to sully our business owners. The pawn shops have worked with our crime reduction unit on identifying when stolen property comes in. Some very clearly freshly stolen with tags still on it, still in bags, shrink wrapped. So they'll call our crime reduction team and then we'll identify who committed that theft and then go after that person committing the theft. Now, where we do run into roadblocks, and our crime reduction unit, I should backtrack, our crime reduction unit's done tremendous work building relationships with several of the larger businesses on the south side, our more prolific victims of shoplifting, where they have basically an internal chat where they can just quickly share information, photos of the suspects. However, several businesses through either corporations or powers that be are not in favor of charging these individuals. So there's a lot of efforts going in getting property back, but there's no consequence because the victim, the quote victim, doesn't want to pursue charges, and that's where we get back into the cleared otherwise. So there's often no consequence other than spending a night in jail for a lot of these thefts. And I would say, I'll add, of the 400 and some theft unders, I would venture to say 95% of those are shoplifting in that range.
And I guess on the surface, my concern is what's going on at the pawn shops and how can we as a community stop feeding that, whatever you want to call it. Is it possible to have the pawn shops, I guess it would be a bylaw, to take a look at providing the original bill of sale or something to that effect? Would that help curb this problem?
I'm not sure I could comment through the chair. I'm not sure I could comment on that right now. I'd have to do some probably speaking with Matt, with the city. So what we've done, and I should say we work closely with our friends over at Enforcement Services, and pawn shops have been one where starting to enforce a lot of the existing bylaws, leveraging those, starting to enforce the rules with the internal reporting system. But also, so I guess it's a two-pronged approach. Like, Enforcement Services can take care of the bylaw side and regulatory side, but our crime reduction unit is taking care of the criminal side, the trafficking and stolen property. Would a bill of sale, proof of purchase help? I don't think it would because pawn shops are so reliant on used property as well. I'm not sure how you would prove that, for if you own something for a year, you still have the bill of sale or a receipt.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would have to have some more discussions.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of other things, Inspector. With all the domestic violence that you reported, would a woman's shelter in the city of Wetaskiwin, would that be useful?
Through the chair, short answer is yes. I'm in favor of any additional supports brought into any community to help reduce victimization, bring women and victims to a safe place, help with breaking the cycle. Any additional support would be a positive thing, including a women's shelter.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing is, again, related to coffee with council last week, can you give us your emergency number? The mayor is saying to people, have you phoned the RCMP? Have you phoned the RCMP? And people are saying no. So your emergency number, the 312...
The complaint line, 312-7267.
Yes, I just wanted to make it 312...
7267.
I just wanted to make that public so that people... This is one more opportunity to share that information with people so that they know. And they should be reporting regardless, right? Whether they think it's insignificant or not, you need to know where things are happening, even if maybe somebody doesn't think that it's that important.
Through the chair, that's it's incredibly valuable. Statistics are what drives our detachment, and since the day I got here, I said I was going to leverage statistics, analytics, and push our members to where they need to be. and that's only done through identifying hotspots. And we've worked with a few businesses that are reluctant to call in, and I've encouraged them to, because we need to know that their businesses are getting victimized. So when, you know, for example, if somebody says they've been victimized 30 times and nothing's being done, we can't do anything unless we know about them being victimized. But also on a more community scale, when we talk about encampments, there is a move to, some of these encampments are going to be moving along and popping other places. Some of them are well hidden, but the community might see them, and we need to know about that. So we need those called in so we can start building our heat maps, our hotspot locations, so we know where to dedicate our resources.
Okay. Thank you very much, Inspector. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any further? I just hope that you and your members are doing okay following last week's serious incident. And just know that we're thinking about you and especially the two members involved.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll relay that. It's been a week. So.
Motion is to accept as information. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Inspector. Looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Looking for a motion to come out of closed session. Councillor Nielsen, those in favor? Carried. We're going to break for lunch until 1 p.m. Well, don't give me thumbs up. Welcome back from our lunch break. Looking for a motion to go into closed session, please. Councillor Nielsen, those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Looking for a motion to come out of closed session. Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Thank you. Item 14, new business. Anything to add? Councillor Nielsen. That will be 14.1, CPOs. Your mic's on?
Yes, the Wetaskiwin Heritage Museum.
Okay. Anything else? Yeah, Councillor Blatz.
Council sanctions.
Sanctions, 14.3. Okay, so first one up, approval to add to the agenda community peace officers. Those in favor? Carried. Item 14.2, Wetaskiwin Heritage Museum. Councillor Aberle.
May I please be excused for pecuniary interests as the executive director of the Heritage Museum?
Okay. Adding item 14.2, Wetaskiwin Heritage Museum. Those in favor? Carried. And item 14.3, council sanctions. Welcome back. Adding item 14.3, council sanctions. Those in favor? Carried. Okay, I don't have motions to our ledge services yet for these, so we're just going to take a quick break so we can put these motions together, and we will be right back. All right, thank you very much for your patience. We've got some motions worked out. Starting off on 14.1. I don't know, I had it somewhere. CPOs, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion, please, and has somebody got it up? They pull it up? I would like to move that City Council directs administration to begin the process of hiring 2 CPOs. And for acronyms, that's Community Peace Officers. May I speak to that, Mr. Mayor? Thank you.
Please.
We've had a lengthy conversation this morning, both from the earlier policing report and then with Director of Bylaw and CPO enforcement, and then with the RCMP, and the fact that we've looked at the best ways to move forward at this point in time to deal with many of our issues related to a safe and caring community relies on those positions to be supported. And the fact that it could take between 3, 4, or 5 months to get people into place, I think we should begin the process as soon as possible, knowing that there will not be any changes until such time as that process takes place. Thank you. Boy, that was bad.
You should shut your mic off first before you say that. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. I am in an agreement, kind of. What was presented earlier this morning was 3. Can you explain to me where you came to 2 with the logic of it's going to still be into the calendar year of 2025 anyway?
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
The reason I selected number 2 versus 3 is it was my understanding that even if we had gone with 3, the process is a layered approach. All 3 wouldn't all have been hired at the same time anyway. And I think it still gives administration an opportunity to put that 3rd position into our budget discussions if they so choose to do so.
If they so choose, shouldn't we be giving them direction for that 3rd at budget?
If that's your wish, then by all means do that. But so to answer your question directly, the answer would be yes. That would come as a direction from council. But we also have had recommendations come from the city with regard to business cases.
But why, I guess why not just do 3 now? And then we skip the process of having to give direction for this.
There's a process by which you can amend my motion.
I'd like to make an amendment, please.
Councillor Billingsley, go ahead.
To change from 2 to 3 in Councillor Nielsen's motion, to simplify.
Okay, to the amendment. Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to administration, please. Changing from 2 to 3, what implications might that have in terms of cost, purchase of vehicles, so forth?
Through the chair to council, we can hire 1 without any additional cost for sure. Once we get into 2 and 3, then we're looking at another vehicle. That's when those other costs, that's in Matthew's presentation, that's why year 2 is the most expensive, because that's when we require a second vehicle, sometime when that 2nd or 3rd person came on board. So it'd be in between there sometime.
Does that mean then that if we were hiring 2 currently, we would not need a police vehicle, or we would need a police vehicle?
Through the chair to council, it would be in that 2 to 3 range. So it depends on the shifts, if they overlap or don't overlap, if one's on day, one's on night, however the shift schedule is set up. So we could do it depending on shifts, or we might not be able to do it depending on the shifts. So, I mean,
What administration is saying is that if we don't fund them for another police vehicle and we hire 2 CPOs, they are going to do the shifts accordingly that they don't have another vehicle.
Then there will definitely be a need for a vehicle. Thank you.
Which then becomes a budgetary, and I think maybe that's where that recommendation of why to 2 to begin with is to 2, so then we could go to budget, have the ask for the capital expenses, and then the third officer at that time. Is that fair to where your mindset was on this?
Through the chair to council, that was correct. We can change the shifts to accommodate them with the current number of vehicles.
Until such time, then we, at budget, if we add a third, then
We would be beyond what we could accommodate with the number of vehicles we currently have.
I'd like to pull my amendment.
Okay. Understanding that this still has a budget implication.
Oh, absolutely
Okay.
it does.
We get some volunteer CPOs. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Looking back at the presentation that was made earlier, in year 2, with the new hire plus a vehicle and having 3 CPOs, we're talking $550,000. At about $170,000 for 1% tax in the past, or around $200,000, we're looking at 2 to 3% tax increase to hire these CPOs, which means that we're either going to have to raise taxes or cut services. So this is a lot of money, and I realize we have a problem, and we need to resolve it. We need to be proactive, not reactive, and I understand that. But there are a lot of implications, and it hasn't been brought up as a budget case yet for 2025. I don't know. Do the RCMP have extra vehicles that we might be able to, we're not allowed to use their vehicles? We could purchase it used?
We go to the auction just like anybody else.
Okay, anyway, Mr. Mayor, the first year is $147,000, and it would be $176,000. It was for the whole year. And then the next year, as I say, it would be $550,000, which includes the third officer and the vehicle. So I think we have to be careful where we tread, because we have people in our budget surveys have said that they don't want their taxes going up, but they say they want to save cities. So I guess we're going to have to find the happy medium there, but that's just a lot of money. Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to council, I agree with Councillor Elliott in making sure we're looking at the amount of money and how that will impact the tax base. I will be voting in favor of, having said that, I will be voting in favor of this motion. And my reasoning behind that is and it kind of went to my questions this morning, is I would love to be able to see our bylaw officers being able to focus on bylaw and other elements of our community standards, and not having them supporting in the way that they are now, because there's a lot that we've asked through our service levels that isn't getting done, and I think that the community also has an expectation of those things for how our community looks in the service that way. So I like the idea of 2.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am in favor of this, but I was just pointing out that there's a lot of money going to be expended, and if it takes 4+ months to hire somebody, then again, I think we should be looking to the RCMP to see if we can get some RCMP officers working on their downtime or their off time to supplement our community police officers at this time, to make sure that the south end of Wetaskiwin is being patrolled until the hires happen. Thank you.
So are you suggesting that we do both? So if we don't have 2 CP officers hired for another 12 months, would you like to see an increase to our CMP presence in terms of being brought in on shifts or suppression shifts?
Yes, it's my understanding that there are dollars available still in overtime dollars that the RCMP have. So we could, if we could expend those to assist our community and our community police officers.
Yep. So following this motion, if you'd like to follow it up with another motion directing administration to do that?
I could do that, thank you.
Yep. Anything further? Yeah, Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. I struggle with this one because I see the need 100%, but we always talk about doing the correct process and following the proper procedure for things. And something like this that's impacting the tax base as big as it is and doing it outside a budget and just going ahead now, I'm not sure is the most responsible thing to do. But I do see the need there, so I am struggling because I don't know what we're going to end up with for a number at the end of budget when we are talking about it. So, yeah, I don't know.
Any further? Yep. All right, motion on the floor is to start the process to hire 2 CPO officers directing administration now. Those in favor? Carried, thank you. Item 14.2. Yes, go ahead. Sure, absolutely.
I'll read slowly. I move the City Council asks administration to investigate the use of RCMP officers to assist our community police officers with their patrols until the new CPOs are trained and ready for work. I'm coming. Ugh. Mr. Mayor, I didn't know I was making that motion.
That's okay.
You know, the people watching have had enough delays in their day already. Mr. Mayor, it was interesting at the coffee meeting we had the other day at the Southside Tim's. I asked the question, how many people watch us, our council meetings on YouTube? And almost every hand went up of the people that were there. And we had 25 people there that day. So that was very interesting.
That cover your intention? Perfect. Councillor Nielsen.
I'm assuming, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the use of off-duty RCMP officers?
Sure.
You're okay with that amendment?
Yes, of course.
If I may, please.
What was the amendment, sorry?
Just the use of off-duty, because the way this reads, you would be using perhaps on-duty officers.
Correct. No, that was my intention. Thank you, Councillor Nielsen.
Norman, do you need that as an amendment and voted on, or is that okay that the mover clarified? The amendment? Okay, so the amendment is to include off-duty. Any discussion to that? Yep.
Thank you. I thought my understanding of this, that this would come from on-duty officers who would then be applying for overtime. But
Yeah.
this makes it sound like you're not on shift. And that's not, in other words, you're not acting as a police officer at that point. And they couldn't do that.
Only the mayor has those kinds of powers.
Right. So in other words, we could say it, but I don't think that the RCMP can do this.
Investigate the use of overtime for our CMP officers to assist with CPOs with their patrols until new CPOs are trained and ready.
Right.
Okay, so we can defeat this amendment? I don't think you can change it. Can't amend an amendment. Vote how you want. To the amendment, those in favor? Opposed? Defeated? I would amend that we use the use of overtime with our CMP officers to assist with CPOs for our CMP officers. Speaking to the amendment. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. 14.2, Councillor Aberley.
May I please be excused for pecuniary reasons as the ED of the Heritage Museum?
You can. Councillor Billingsley, you had Heritage Museum.
Yes, I did. One of the things that was discussed this morning, thank you, this morning was Councillor Nielsen had a question as far as reporting back on from the, I don't know if it was from the museum, but in the contract, I have grave concerns of the Heritage Museum's contract as far as reporting on different events and so on and so forth, but there is nothing in the contract with them that obligates them to do so. So I believe that the contract should probably be reevaluated and looked at again. So I will move that City Council directs administration to examine the contract with the Wetaskiwin Heritage Museum and the contractor's services provided. Report to be brought back by December 9th, 2024 regular council meeting, and I guess it was right there already.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 14.3, council sanctions. Close last time.
Do or don't? Okay. What?
All right, sorry, 14.3, council sanctions, and we just asked Councilor Bronco to excuse himself. No worries.
Okay, thank you. In closed session, we had some discussion about Councilor Branco's behavior and report that was given back to council. And because of that, some motions are going to come forward as far as sanctions to, if passed, on to Councilor Branco. So the first one that I will read is that I move that City Council approves the sanctions to Councilor Joe Branco in the form of a public letter of apology.
Moved by Councilor Billingsley. Any discussion? Councilor Nielsen.
Thank you. I would request that all of these motions be recorded, please.
So recorded vote? Recorded vote? Okay.
I'd like to amend my own. I'd like to be issued within 30 days to the first portion. I'd like to have a time on that.
To the amendment, any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Back to the original motion. Any further discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried.
Second sanction would be that I move that City Council approves the sanctions to Councilor Branco in the form of removal of the deputy mayor role.
Moved by Councilor Billingsley. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried.
Third sanction, I move that City Council approve sanctions to Councilor Joe Branco in the form of restricting access to City Hall, including having the fob being taken away.
Moved by Councilor Billingsley. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Is there more there?
Yep.
There we go. Thank you. The fourth, I move that City Council approve sanctions to Councilor Branco restricting interactions with city staff, excluding the city manager, designate, or by appointment.
Moved by Councilor Billingsley. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried.
Fifth, move that City Council approve sanctions to Councilor Branco in the form of restriction on travel representing on behalf of council, including but not limited to Alberta municipalities, Mid-City Mayor's Caucus, or FCM conferences and conventions.
Moved by Councilor Billingsley. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Is there anything else we had from staff, from new business? Okay. Are we adjourning this meeting and going into budget, or just moving right into budget?
Yeah, we'll just move right into budget, please.
Okay. Item 15.1, 2025 capital budget presentation. I'll be right back. Yes, sir.
It is on the
Yeah, the last Sunday. Okay.
Get yellow and green pads.
Good
Go ahead,
afternoon
Toulouse.
again,
Yeah.
Council. We're going to move into the 2025 capital budget. Administration held an open house on June 25th, 2024, and we got some feedback from the public on what they would like to see or what they've heard about budgets. A copy of this has been provided to Council, and in summary, there's 5 major items. Residents would like to see a reduction in the tax rate, a reduction in the utility rates, an increase in service levels, an increase in capital investment, and an improvement in city reputation. We will be tackling number 4, an increase in capital investment through the capital budget. The city's capital budget funds the repair, maintenance, and replacement of critical infrastructure in the city, such as roads, sidewalks, and all city facilities. Administration is proposing a capital budget of $4.3 million for 2025, with $3.8 million of this funded from grants, just under $500,000 from reserves, and about $75,000 from taxes. The impact on taxes at this time is approximately 0.39% if the project selected to be funded from taxation goes ahead. I will now hand over to Rachel. The team, Norman and Jessica, will have the spreadsheet up on the screen. However, it is pretty tiny print, but council has been provided with a version. The most up-to-date version is the one you were provided today, as we had minor changes this morning as compared to the folders that you received last week. So we've provided a new version to everyone just this morning. It's right under
Came
this
with
page.
this. Yeah.
This is different.
It's 2 new projects on it. One is tree planting, and the other is the indoor pickleball courts. That's the only difference compared to what you received in your folders last week.
Okay,
So we provided you with an updated version. I will now hand over to Rachel to go through the summary, and then I'll be over to Kathy to present the infrastructure department first.
Good afternoon, Council. Sorry about that. So roads and under engineering department, there is 2 new capital charters being requested this year. Road renewal for 1.5 mil and sidewalk and reconstruction and rehab for 600,000. This will be funded from a combination of the local government fiscal framework and the Canada Community Building Fund. There was also 3 project that is considered for future years. They're the ones that did not have a capital charter number, so they will be in the plan for the future, but they're not being requested for this year. There is 1 capital charter being requested in 2025, which is the Apron 2nd rehabilitation for 1.5 million. This will be funded from a combination of the Canadian Community Building Fund and the local government fiscal framework. And as well, there is a couple of more items for future years under building and 1 more under land improvement. Under waste, there is 1 fluorescent bulb crusher that is being requested as part of the 2025 budget, and this is going to be coming from the solid waste and recycling reserve.
We'll now hand over to Kathy.
Okay, 1 second. Councilor Nielsen. What would your preference be? Sure. Okay.
Through the chair to Rachel. I guess I'm having some trouble understanding, I mean, I understand what the bulb crusher is intended to do, but part of the rationale for it was to mitigate against bulbs being broken in storage before crushing, exposing staff to unsafe situations. Does that then mean that we will have someone on site to be crushing bulbs as they come in? Or will we still be storing them, still leaving staff susceptible to breakage in storage and putting them at safety risk?
Sorry, Councillor Nielsen, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. Rachel was just reading the funding source, and Kathy is actually going to go through each charter.
Great, thank you.
And then she can answer any of those questions that you have. Okay.
Good afternoon, Council. I will go back and start with the road renewal. So this is the first item in your folders. So this project here is one of our annual asphalt overlay programs, and this project is intended to extend the life of our roadways in our community here through this program. And so we've got numerous projects that we've identified for the next at least 10 years for improvements in the city, but for 2025 we are looking for $1.5 million to work along 40th Avenue from the railroad tracks west to, I think, about 53rd Street. So that's one of the projects. And then, of course, depending on the tender costs that do come back, if there's availability for more funding through the tenders being lower, then we will keep working on different projects throughout the city as identified in our road our road assessment that we did last year. So if you have any questions about this project, I'd be happy to answer them.
Councillor Nielsen first, then Bronco and Elliott.
No, I'm fine with this issue.
Okay. Councillor Bronco.
Thank you. The $1.5 million, okay, I understand road renewal, reconstruction, construction, paving, asphalt. Does that include the roads that we're not doing or part of this funding for crack filling? Or is this just grind pave, or is this what's the word?
They're all asphalt overlays.
Asphalt, so that does not include any crack filling or anything that we need to do?
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco, we do have a program through our operating budget for crack sealing throughout the city, but this is just doing asphalt overlays and, if required, some base repair work as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to administration. Related to that, under ongoing costs, under year one, you have crack sealing needs to be completed annually for preventive maintenance. Is that throughout the city, or is this just with these roads that are being renewed?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, for this particular project, it would be an annual increase to the budget to complete the crack sealing on that road, but we do crack seal on every road within the city every year.
Yes, I know we do that, so that's what I was wondering, but 2,000 isn't enough to do the crack sealing on all the roads we have.
Correct. This is just for this stretch of roadway we would be doing for the $1.5 million pavement.
Okay.
We do have a budget in our operating for the rest of the roads, yes.
Okay, but I just was trying to get into my head which, because we already do crack sealing, and now we're going to put something new in and we're going to crack seal it already?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, with any pavement project, you want to crack seal the year after to maintain the integrity of the roadway. If you let cracks develop, then water gets through, and then that's when you have to rehabilitate sooner.
Excellent, thank you very much.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. My questions aren't necessarily the project, but funding sources. I'm noticing that on this, both the sidewalks and the road renewal is coming from two separate grants, but we're not using any of the infrastructure tax reserve for this. How come? Isn't that, I thought that that's kind of where this was for.
To Councillor, the reason why we are using those two grants this year is because A, we want to maximize the amount of grant that we we can allow to use. If we don't actually commit the full amount that will be given for the following year, then we don't actually get any of the, we don't actually receive the grant. And also for future years, if you refer to the summary page at the very, very back, you'll see that the infrastructure tax reserve will starting to be used very heavily in the next couple of years. We would definitely end up using all of it, but for 2025, I would recommend we use what grant we are given.
Is it CCBF that has to be allocated for that year? Because LGFF can be carried over.
Yes, we are able to carry it forward, but it's up to we have to allocate a certain percentage of the money that that is part of the next year's allocation before the cash is received in our bank account.
Councilor Bronco?
I'm
sorry.
Oh,
Go
I
ahead.
have got a few more.
Okay.
In the road renewal, we've got 1.5 in 2025, 2026, jumps to 1.75, so a $250,000 increase in 2 years. Yet sidewalk reconstruction remains the same and no increases. How come?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I guess for the sidewalk reconstruction program, we've always allocated about $600,000 per year and done as many sidewalks as we can, curb ramps, any sort of maintenance with that. Whereas with the roadways, a lot of our roadways are in far worse condition, and just the cost of maintenance just is increasing over time.
So I'm trying to understand how the calculation went from 1.5 to 1 1.3, 1.3 to 2 million. What was the rhyme and reason to getting to these numbers?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, these are high-level cost estimates on the roads that we've done assessments on and what they would cost to repair in the next 5 or 6 years.
Okay.
Councilor Nielsen to this?
Yes, in relation to your last answer, sorry, through the chair to Kathy. So when you project forward to 2026, 1.5 million, to 2027, 1.75, is that anticipated to be more asphalt, or is that an anticipation of increased costs doing roughly the same amount of asphalt?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, that would be roughly the same amount of asphalt overlays, just with the inflation.
Thank you.
To this, or? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to administration. If we leave the sidewalks at $600,000 every year and the costs increase every year, we're going to be doing less and less in the way of sidewalk maintenance. So wouldn't it be wise to increase that somewhat?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, that's something that we could look at doing. I know that a lot of the times we were doing sidewalk repairs through resident complaints and things like that, but we're catching up and have had fewer and fewer complaints from residents. So our sidewalks are in far better condition than our roadways are.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Billingsley?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. Councilor Bronco?
Thank you, Chair. To Kathy. Kathy, you say 1.5 million, but if you include engineering and 10-15% allowance, it's actually $1.2 million is the actual value of the work, correct? And on all of our projects would be basically 25% less than what you're saying because of engineering cost and contingency allowance.
Cost estimate, total budgeted cost is $1.5 million. This includes construction, engineering, and 10% contingency.
So 1.5 includes everything. So the actual work is not 1.5. The actual work would be around the 1.25 million.
Sure.
Because we have to allow our engineering cost is in there, plus an allowance for extras.
Yeah, but you were saying it was over and above, but it says...
No, it's under. It'd
Yeah.
be 1.5 million includes everything. But the actual work is around the 1.25 million.
Depending on engineering costs, yes.
Yes. And if I may, to my colleagues, they keep saying 600. A lot of these projects are based on quantities of a lineal meter, so if cement prices drops, you're actually getting more for your buck. Same with asphalt. If asphalt goes down, you get less. Because we don't, when you do road, you get it based on a square meter. So square meter, if we have 10 people bidding for it, it brings our prices of asphalt down, so you get more for your quantity, for your buck.
But I think the point was is that we don't increase the amount of funding going into sidewalks. We're not.
I understand, that's what I was
worst.
trying to tell they were asking why the same, and it's very,
That wasn't the concern that they had.
no,
raised,
okay, I thought it was.
No.
I would just like to express one concern, and it's not your fault, administration, but we have from 10, no, there's one with 7% contingency, all the way up to 25% contingency, or 23%. And I brought this up over the years many times, but as soon as we let somebody know that there is a contingency, do they not sort of feel the need? It's almost like tipping in a restaurant. Now we've punched the 20% button, and now they automatically get it. I find it really a challenge to think that some people are going to get 1/5 of the cost of a job, and it's in contingency. And I know we're looking for things that might not be there, but if we're just doing road overlays, and we're giving 10% contingency on $1.5 million, anyway, that's just a problem that I have, and I see Sue wants to answer me, but it's been a bugbear of mine for as long as I've been on council.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, the contractors all know whatever the approved budget is, and they all know that there's contingency included in there. The reason we break it out and identify it is for council's benefit, and we hang on to that, so it's not like they get the contingency. It becomes a part of what we manage as part of the project. In a perfect world, we wouldn't need it, and we would get to either do more overlays or keep that money. But it's not like it goes right into their contract, and they don't bid including contingency.
But do they find a way to spend it?
Well, it has to be legitimate. So if we've done our work and we have made those contracts as tight as possible, then there is no opportunity for them to spend it.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
There's also been resolutions brought forward through Alberta municipalities to not have things like this public, so that when somebody's bidding on a job and they know that the budget is $1.49 million, and all of a sudden the budget comes in at $1.49 million, it's a great coincidence. Councilor Bronco.
I think Councilor Billings is first.
Councilor Bronco.
Oh, thank you. Question asked, 2026 landfill road pavement. Are we joining in with the county on that? Because it's their road, not our road, but we use it, or do we have a cost sharing agreement with the county, or do we look after 100% of that road?
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco. So this item was actually brought up by council as a request to have this on here. We are still having conversations with the county about maintenance and who's responsible for what on that road, and that's why we deferred it by 1 year, so that we can make sure we have those conversations and find out what exactly those costs would be or could be for the city.
Thank you.
Councilor Billingsley.
Thank you. And then that kind of answers partially my next question. If we look at 2026, we have bridge and culvert rehabilitation and traffic signal replacement, as well as the landfill road. Those appear to be funded out of that infrastructure tax reserve. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Which money is sitting in there today? Is that correct?
Correct.
Then why are we not doing them today or in 2025?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley. Ones I have requested that the bridge and culvert be delayed, because that is part of the storm discussion that we're having with the county right now over ICFs. That one, the traffic signals, I guess, that's a different story, but anything that is storm related or has to do with the county, then we are pushing them off to have those future discussions. The traffic signal replacement could be moved forward to this year, but we're trying to make sure that we get caught up on every single project that is still approved and outstanding before we start taking on too much more that we don't have to.
So your concern more so is making sure that the projects would be completed? Thank you.
Correct.
Carry on.
Okay. So the next project we have is for sidewalk construction and rehabilitation. So this, excuse me, this project is part of our annual replacement and or rehabilitation of sidewalks and curb ramps. And so in the last 2 years, we have done almost 3 kilometers of new connector sidewalks within the city, and we've replaced or put in new curb ramps, 150 of them throughout the city to make it more accessible. So this $600,000 would go to continue to installing curb ramps within the city, as well as rehabilitating sidewalk and putting in new connector sidewalks for places where there is no sidewalk at this time.
Councillor Blatz.
Mine is more so a comment, which is just great job on the amount of work that was done on the sidewalks and the connectors and all of that this year, because it looks so good, but also there's sidewalks in places that people have been complaining about there being no sidewalks in for years and years and years. So I've been hearing nothing but great comments from people in the community about it.
Thank you. Okay, moving along. Next one is the airport apron 2 reconstruction. So this project is coming forward. We've had some compliance issues with Transport Canada regulations for airfield safety. And so as you can see in some of the photographs here is that the center of the apron is in very poor condition. It's posing risk to aircraft that are taxiing on that apron. And so we are looking to spend approximately $1.5 million again to renew this apron and excuse me, correct some of the drainage issues that were causing some of these cracks in the apron. And this one is coming, as Rachel said, through the local government fiscal framework as well as the Canada Community Building Fund.
Are there still ongoing, like, one-off grant opportunities for airports?
To the chair, so this one in particular does not, like for the STIP grant that we usually do, this doesn't qualify for that, unfortunately.
I was thinking of anything else that's available, but
Not that we know of that we could look for airport things, but I'm sure we can maybe do some hunting for more grants if that's option that council wants, for sure.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to the administration. This is a capital project, correct? So there will be no local improvement or anything else?
That is correct.
So on all the capital projects will not affect the taxes for people, correct?
That is correct.
Just making sure. Can I just go back, Kathy? I just need to ask you one question, and I'm sorry I missed my question here, but when we're talking about the sidewalks, and the second last paragraph under your scope, and it says that along with the sidewalk will be installed along 50th Avenue rail intersection and 47th Avenue rail intersection. Is that the widening of the sidewalk to go around the arms that are coming down?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, yes. And it also includes, especially on 47th Street, there's no sidewalk at all on the south side, so that would be going between 50th and 49th Street. We'd have the sidewalk there as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, being older, I'm a little behind.
That's fine. It's good to have clarification. Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Kathy. I'm just tagging along on my colleague. On that 47th, I believe, is that sidewalk being a button to the curb, or do we have a boulevard in between?
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco, I believe the design is for a monolithic sidewalk, just so that the rail crossing is, there's no gap.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. In regards to Apron 2, most of the money is coming out of the Canada Community Building Fund grant. When this was identified as necessary at the airport, was there other projects that were considered that were pushed aside for this? That makes sense? In other words, is there anything else that could possibly identify for this money?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, when Rachel and I were talking about a lot of these capital projects, we were looking at obviously all the different grant funding that we do get and different grant opportunities that we could get, and it was decided that this was probably the best project for this funding for 2025.
Okay.
Yeah.
For me, I'm just wondering, okay, could this be used to fix a road somewhere else in town, and is there grant opportunities specifically for airports or something to that effect that could fund this particular project? And if the answer is no, that's fine.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we haven't been able to find any grants that would apply for this particular apron, but we can still look and see if there's anything that we could do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, and then the last one for municipal services is the fluorescent bulb crusher. So again, the purpose of this is basically to secure all of the fluorescent bulbs that do come in to our recycling center so that they can be properly recycled or disposed of. And so this one in particular is about $9,000, and we are looking to fund this one from our solid waste reserve that we have now.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair, Kathy. Is this crusher operated manually by an individual, or do people come and put the bulbs in and at some point in the day it crushes them, or how exactly does this operate?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, as far as I am aware of how this is working, so we would still be able to collect them like we do right now at the recycling center. We do have employees there on a daily basis, so as things come in, they would then crush them so that we don't have piles and piles and bins of them for the possibility of breakage. So they would probably, I would suspect, on a daily basis, depending on how many bulbs are there, they would just take those, crush them, and then have them away from any sort of residents or people that were coming in.
So if we have staff that are already there, they're getting an additional chore of bulb crushing. So does that mean the amount of time this individual now is at the recycling center will increase in order to do that secondary role?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I don't believe that will be the case, because right now, for example, they are stacking and shifting bulbs around to ship them. So it would, instead of doing that, they would just be crushing them. So they could just use that time that they were doing that to crush them now.
Thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. Kathy, is there, you said we're crushing it, we're packaging it. Is there an income for this crush? Because many moons ago, they used to use that for fluorescent on the highways to paint our lines. Is this the same thing they're using it for?
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco, I'd have to look into that and get an answer back.
Okay, thank you.
Dear Council, I guess we'll continue. to the next section, which is corporate services, starting with information services. There will be 2 projects for 2025. There is council chamber upgrades for 151,000 and planning and development software for 25,000. Both will be funded from the information technology reserve. Would you like me to continue listing all of the corporate services or stop here?
I personally have questions about this.
Yeah, we'll go through each one and question if that's all right. Good afternoon. Just make sure that mic is on, please.
Of course, IT doesn't turn on the mic. Excellent. Great start. All right. So I guess I'm going to direct just to Shelley. Am I presenting all the... Excellent. All right. So our first business case that we are bringing towards to council today is the infrastructure upgrade for this room specifically. So that is the council chambers upgrade for this room. So in the operational business case, it's phase 2 of the project. Let me bring that up right now. Option 1 will be the most cost-effective long-term solution. Option 2, sorry. So administration has provided 2 options for the council consideration and is recommending option 1. Option 1, this option is a full refurbish with administration managed quotes and utilizing the least expensive options. The upgrade now includes flooring to facilitate cable management in this room, and new desks, tables, and chairs. In this option, council chambers would be reconfigured for seating with 3 distinct areas for council, administration, and the public. The seating rearrangement would have council on the same level. The solution also provides for a public gallery that would be separated by the historic railing. Most of the materials have been retained by the city, and the public gallery will have its own desk and mic for public speakers at city council meetings. New monitors, mics, and cabling, and sufficient power supply for current and future needs would be also installed as part of this project to bring this room up to the new standards for the high-def video that comes through to the monitors. So the option 2 for this project is a full refurbish of the contractors, or full refurbish of this room, but option 1 is being proposed at $151,000 or $151,250 with 25% contingency as part of cabling and costs associated with this refurbish.
Councilor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we put out that we were looking to refurbish city council chambers, we also were talking about safety in here. That came out, and I didn't see anything when I was reading through this about how this room is going to be safer.
Okay. As I understand it, that comes with the 3 distinct phases and utilizing the partitioning to partition off the 3 areas. So the public area versus the staff area versus the council area, and segregating the areas from one another is what really increases the security in this room. and with the equipment, with the cabling on the floor, with the metal guards on the floor, and tripping hazards.
Okay. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Bronco?
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. This room, how long would it be out of commission if we were to approve one or two?
I would have to confirm the quotes and the project that was organized by my predecessor in this position for what exactly the work that is estimated for the room, total room.
And if passed, when would we start the work?
The work would begin in 2025 and would be scheduled with this council to hopefully coordinate with council meetings and such.
Thank you.
Sue, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to council. Sorry, this one was a bit of a handoff to Richard. So part of what we had discussed originally was funding the committee room changes. So we can upgrade the committee room so that while this room is being done, we can hold council meetings in the committee room. So that was like phase one. On page 2 there, it shows phase 1 as the committee room. And then there was a couple of different ideas with the seating and the technology upgrades. And then once that's done, we'll move in there for council, and then that will free up time to come in and do this room. And one of the things that we talked about was making sure that council, whether you pick option 1 or 2 for this room, that you had the designs ahead of time and you could see and approve which one you actually wanted before committing to the actual details of what was going to happen. So yeah, part of the security features would be updated in here based on the design. And then to answer Councillor Elliott, there are other pieces that were in that report that are not necessarily related to this room, but other places in the building. And so we will be bringing back an updated report for council on that, because we're still waiting for some of those key pieces to get either cost estimates or get done. Okay.
One further question, Sue. This is a historical building. Does that have anything to do how we get grants or anything, because we're changing the culture of the building?
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco, that was partly what took so long to get this back to council and why it's coming forward as part of budget, because we did have to consult with the province, and they have given us, we've given them the scope of the ideas that we've looked at, and they've given us what our parameters are with direction. So, for example, the judge's bench is not to be removed. And so we've looked at options to actually raise the rest of council at the same level so that we have proper governance structure, and then that gives us an ability to run wires and stuff under the raised platform area. So we've worked with the province to make sure that everything we have planned could be done. And there also is grant money available there, but they're really far behind in offering any of that up.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Councillor Bronco asked one of my questions with regard to the historical significance of the building. But I am a bit confused, I guess, about the two options. Because the one option talks about an administration-managed quote, and then option 2 is something about a full refurbish with contractors. So am I led to believe that option 1 then is being done not by contractors, but done by somebody else, meaning internally, and the other one, option 2, is done by outside contractors?
Through the chair to council, the reason I'm answering this one is because we started looking into this some time ago when I was in a different role. But yes, what our first option means is that IT with Richard would do up an RFP or an RFQ and go to industry and look for a contractor to come in and do it, but it would be managed by Richard for the IT portion. And they would be able to do some of the components themselves with their own staff, and it would be the same for the facility portion. The facilities would put out an RFP or RFQ to to do that, to do certain portions, and then they would do certain portions. So it's a kind of a combination, looking at the least expensive way to do it rather than hiring one general contractor to come in and do it, and then they would hire various subs and they would take their cut of the pie, if you will.
Okay, thank you. And my next question is on option 2. It says, is the most expensive, but will provide the most up-to-date technological solutions based on the budget available. And I guess I'm a little concerned that if we're looking at this facility being used for years into the future, the fact that on option 2 we're talking about the most up-to-date implies to me that option 1 is not necessarily the most up-to-date technology. So we're buying 2 years ago model and hoping to last 10 years going forward. So I guess I'm trying to understand why option number 1 was recommended over option number 2. Was it just the cost? Or there's something else in there that makes option number 2 less desirable?
Through the chair to council, the reason administration chose option 1 was a cost, and like you alluded to, the facility portion of the work, which is about half of the cost, doesn't matter if it's something 2 years old or 100 years old, as we see today. If it's made well, it lasts for a long time. So that's not the issue. The only issue would be the IT component stuff. And so some of the cabling, some of the microphones might be a different choice by a general contractor as opposed to what administration or Richard's team would choose. So it doesn't mean it's not necessarily going to last as long, but it might not be all the bells and whistles that a general contractor might choose.
Okay, thank you. And I guess my last question, and I don't mean this with any disrespect to IT at all, but when you hire a contractor to come in and do this kind of IT work, then they hold the full liability for what the end product is, and then could be held accountable for workmanship that may not pass muster, I guess. Whereas if it's done internally, all we do is we go back and spend more money and try and fix up maybe some of the shortfall. And I'm wondering if in the long haul, we wouldn't be better off to actually contract it out and have Richard oversee the project. Yeah, I'll leave it there, just a comment. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Where to start? In the budget portion of this project, it looks like $176,250 is to come out of IT reserve. So any of the, let's say, carpeting, where's that money coming from? Like if we're going to replace the carpet or building this area up that we talked about that has nothing to do with IT, where's that money coming from?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, the carpet was already approved under a different motion, but we were waiting on that to double check if council wanted to approve any of these other changes before we did the carpet. The platform that's being created actually benefits IT and all the cabling and everything that needs to happen, and so we felt that it was a legitimate cost as part of that. If council doesn't want to include the facility portion, we could look at the facility reserve to fund that portion of it rather than IT.
Okay, and I don't think that it should come out of IT's budget. And I would think that we would probably get different chairs. Would those come out of IT's budget as well?
Yeah, good point.
Right? I mean, there's many things about this project that have nothing to do with IT.
Yep.
And I think that the way that this is set up, I definitely have some concerns there. But I also have concerns about the whole project, and not necessarily here, but in the committee room. I really don't think it's necessary for us to spend money at the committee room. I understand what you're saying as far as being able to move us there, to run council in there while this is getting done. But we have a beautiful foyer right out of side of these doors that we could sit at, or we could remote in if need be. The big thing that I find in the committee room as a problem is the speaker. Well, we could disconnect that speaker and just run with the TV sound, right? There's nothing there other than maybe a few more comfortable chairs, and by the sounds of it, we'll have 7 ones that we could move over to the other room anyway. So I am not in favor of renovating the committee room. I have a little bit more concerns about some of what needs to be done here. Once that new board came into play 3-4 years ago, the sound in here is actually, when we talk into our mics and we turn them on, is actually quite good, if we remember to talk into our mics. So I'm okay with, if there is things that are done, the cameras are very Band-Aid-esque, but I do have some concerns of how the budget is set up, and I also do have concerns about the committee room.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. A question. I keep hearing we're putting a platform here to raise it. Wheelchair accessibility, we only raising where council sits, because if we raise the whole floor, we're going to have a step on 4 doors, or that changes. Are we having a ramp at each 4 doors?
Through the chair to council. So the raised flooring is one of the options that we're looking at. There are other options too, just to reconfigure the room without that. So it's one of many options that administration has to bring back to council for their final approval of the design. But it's one that, as you pointed out earlier, because it's a provincial building, that the province would allow us to do because we're not deconstructing any of the original items within the room. So we're just looking at options that the province will allow us to do within the historical site.
Councilor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to the administration. If you're going to uplift this area, someday there may be councillors in wheelchairs or with walkers and things, so they would have to be accessible to those who may need it. I have to disagree with Councillor Billingsley on the committee room. It's going to upgrade IT and AV and the AV, and I've been in there for meetings where we've been having meetings from across Canada, and sometimes we get distorted. We get people being cut off and things, and I think that would definitely be an asset in that room. And also that big table is sometimes a hindrance. We were trying to break off into groups in there when we were doing the community safety and well-being, and it was really a challenge to try and find spaces. The Wetaskiwin Regional Public Schools went to those movable diagonal desks, or hexagonal, or whatever the shape is, and that was the reason they put them in there, because you could change them into all different shapes, and I think that would be a good idea in that room, and because then we can meet in different ways. I'm not sure about needing more chairs. That seems to be, as Councillor Billingsley said, if we're getting new chairs in here, we can just move these chairs in there, and the ones that are in there aren't that bad, and if they're uncomfortable, maybe that would make the meetings shorter. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No such luck. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to the administration, can you please clarify for me, am I making a decision today on the 151,000 or the 203,000 that is in our package? And if so, what the next step is? Because I honestly don't understand, and it was when I was reading through it too, is that what am I or am I not approving with this motion, or with this capital budget item?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, we are looking for approval of Phase 1 and Phase 2, and in Phase 2, either Option 1 or Option 2. Administration's recommendation was Option 1, so we are looking for approval to both. If we do not get approval for Phase 1, then we will try to Band-Aid something together for council meetings while this room is being renovated, if that project is also approved. So if you look at the cost estimate section, we're asking for $40,680 for Phase 1, and we're asking for $151,250 for Phase 2. Or whatever council is willing to approve.
And then, so again, so I can understand the process, and I'm sorry, Abe, it's been a long day and I'm starting to lose my voice again. It's like I don't remember how we've done this for X number of years.
Because we change it every year.
So we're just gonna talk about everything and then do the straw poll idea
No, I
for the
think-
capital budget?
No, I think we can approve it as we go through it, and then either approve it, not approve it, or put in the parking lot for further discussion. But as we go through it, we should be approving it.
Okay. So I'm going to speak to this now, if that's what we're going to do now, because we haven't done it with the other ones. I personally right now can't I wouldn't be able to vote in favor of either option for Phase 2 because I'm not comfortable with the money until I see plans, like, for what that Phase 2 is going to look like. And, yeah, does that I'm ethically, and to just see the historic nature of this, is that I would like to have a better idea. I didn't understand. I'm assuming this is the rail that people would be behind, but there was a lot of assuming because I don't have any idea what those are going to look like.
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, we could look at a conditional approval. So if we have the go-ahead for a project, but council needs to know what it looks like, that gives us the opportunity to engage the architect to actually nail down all of the designs, and then we could bring both back to council to pick apart and decide which one you want.
And you're right, I should have done that with the bulb crusher. I just wasn't hearing opposition to it, that's all.
Okay.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I would be in favor of putting aside dollars, but I would like to possibly take a look at exactly what the project would look like, including, I won't say properly because that's not fair to administration, but so that the budget is actually being coded to what it should be coded to and not penalize IT for chairs and things such as. So if, as far as doing something different in here, it's necessary. I'm sick of sitting at the kids' table.
Chairs are good, though. Chairs can stay.
With that, we are going to revisit this tomorrow morning, so I'll give you the evening to talk about it, or think about it. Sorry, not talk about it. Think about it, and we'll reconvene at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning for budget. Meeting adjourned at 16:35.
Thank you, staff.
Thank you.